kick off with our day's program. Well, we focused on the international aspect of the business yesterday with our guests from overseas. In the last session about the reassurance, I think that was one to stick in our minds. And there was a question, a pressing question for most of us. What do we need to do differently to ensure that our 2024 renewals work better? Well, we have problems in terms of the reserves. Well, yet to be confirmed. We don't know yet. Well, I guess in short, that's what we can say to sum it up. We'll see. We're putting work into it. We're talking to people. Mr. Utku said, what are you going to do? Is it going to be a problem for us? And reassurance companies elaborated on it for 10 minutes, but we didn't quite understand what they were saying. I'm sure some of you were already here yesterday, so I'm trying to sort of take the mickey out of it a little bit. And Mr. Ur wanted to ask a question. So he said, what do you advise for us to do? And there wasn't a very clear indication as to what needs to be done. They played it safe, let's put it that way. So that was yesterday. And today we'll focus on the domestic aspect of the business. We have speakers who are experts on the Turkish front. While looking at the clips, it makes me really emotional. I can't quite watch the whole of it. It makes me quite sad. But what you saw on the screen was a little clip from the Kahramanmaraş documentary commissioned by the TÜRKİYE Insurance Summit. Okay, so today we decided not to talk about earthquake. We wanted to talk about different parts of our agenda. So that's why we have Professor Dr. Naci Görür. Esteemed colleagues, I will talk to you about the Istanbul earthquake and what possibly awaits us in the aftermath of a probable Istanbul earthquake. I'll try to keep it short. Could we turn down some of the lights maybe? So before talking about the specifics about the earthquake, I'd like to give you an idea about how the earthquake mechanism works. Our Earth, the upper crust, which is the lithosphere, is made up of pieces of or fragments of plates. It is not one single body of crust. It's made up of multiple tectonic plates. So this part is what we call the Arabian plate. Up here is the Eurasian plate, as you see on the screen. And then we have the Anatolian plate right in the middle. The Arabian plate moves upwards towards the Eurasian plate at a certain speed or velocity every year, which pushes the plates upward and creates tension or pressure on the Anatolian plate, which results in a westward movement of the Anatolian plate.
Biri Kuzey Anadolu fayı, diğeri Doğu Anadolu fayıdır.
And there is the North Anatolian fault versus the East Anatolian fault. These are the largest faults of Turkey, and they create the earthquake movements. This has been going on for millions of years, and it will go on for millions of years. So people keep asking me, so Professor, when will these earthquakes happen? Or we already had large ones, will we have more? And of course I understand that people are scared, but this is not anything that will go away. This is the way the plates work in this part of the world. It's been going on for millions of years with various earthquakes taking place for the past 13 million years, which is here to stay. There might be more frequent earthquakes, or we might not see them happening for a while. It's all a matter and a function of how much stress or tension accumulates in these plates. The cause of this movement of the plates is convection currents in the asthenosphere part of the Earth. The temperature rises and the changes in heat, these currents are caused, which pushes the plates to move. Therefore, the cause of the earthquake is within the core of the planet. It's not about extraterrestrial movements or elements, about the climatic changes. Now let's focus on the Istanbul earthquake. This is a map of the Marmara Sea. Is there anyone in the room listening to the English interpretation? Could you please raise your hand? Is there anyone listening to the English interpretation? Could you please raise your hand? Anyone for the English interpretation in the room? Could you please raise your hand?
Biri adaların güneyinde olan adalar fayı dediğimiz şurada AF yazıyor. Diğeri Kumburgaz fayı olan bu KF dediğimiz kısım. Bir de TF dediğimiz Tekirdağ fayı. Bunlar aynı fayın kolları. Demek ki bir adalar fayı, adalar kolu vardır. Bir Kumburgaz kolu vardır. Bir de Tekirdağ kolu mevcuttur. Şimdi bu fay stres biriktirmekte ve büyük ölçüde kilitlidir. Kilitli demenin maksadı şu, burada deprem oluşmuyor demektir. Çoğunlukla stres birikiyor demektir. Şimdi bu stres nedir diye merak edeniniz olur. Stres şudur, fayın kayaları kırmak için biriktirdiği kuvvettir. Dolayısıyla şu anda bu fay kuvvet biriktiriyor. Bu kuvvet nereden geliyor? Anadolu'nun batıya doğru kaçışı. Yani dedik ya, Anadolu bu fay boyunca güney kısmı Yunanistan'a doğru hareket ediyor. Koca bir Anadolu levhası hareket edince o fayda sürtünme meydana geliyor. Tam kayamıyor. Dolayısıyla o batıya gidişin bütün gücü o fayın sürtünme olan bölgelerinde birikiyor. Ne zamana kadar birikecek? Fay o sürtünme kuvvetini yenecek kadar stresi biriktirdiği an orayı kıracak demektir. Şimdi biz bununla tam gösteremiyorum, kusura bakmayın, yani göstermiyor tam. Şimdi o nedenle biz önce Kafe dediğimiz Kumburgaz fayının, sonra da Adalar fayının veya ikisini birden kırılmasını bekliyoruz. Eğer öyle olursa oluşacak depremin büyüklüğü 7.2 ile 7.6 arasında değişir. Demek ki İstanbul'da minimum 7.2 deprem bekliyoruz. Şu tefe dediğimiz Tekirdağ fayının kırılmasını beklemiyoruz. Yaptığımız deniz araştırmalarında Tekirdağ fayının 1912 Şarköy depreminde kırılmış olduğunu, dolayısıyla enerjisini boşaltmış olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Şimdi bu deprem beklentimiz yaptığımız araştırmalara 1999-2014 yılına kadar ulusal ve uluslararası gemilerle yaptığımız çalışmalarla bunu söylüyoruz. Yani özellikle Türk tarafı, bu araştırmaların Türk tarafının başkanı bendim. İtalyan, Fransız, zaman zaman Japon ve Amerikan bilim aleminin, ki dünyada ileri gelen araştırmacılarla 8 tane uluslararası çok donanımlı gemilerle burada araştırma yaptık. Binlerce sismik, binlerce karot ve deniz altında gözlemler yapmak suretiyle bir insansız denizaltı Victor kullandık. Bir de insanlı denizaltı kullandık. O denizaltıyla ben kendim mesela Marmara'nın tabanına 1200 metre dalarak bu fayları gözümüzle inceledik. Dolayısıyla yani Marmara'da deprem geliyor öyle böyle denildiği zaman, yani böyle çok zeki de kafadan bir takım fikirlere dayalı değil. Bunu özellikle söylemek zorunluluğu hissettim. Marmara'da ayağını denize sokmamış, denize değmemiş insanlar bizden fazla bunu konuşuyorlar. Şimdi bu deprem olursa ne olur? Bunu kıyaslamalı, hızlı bir şekilde yapıyorum. Bu jeoloji haritası. Şimdi bakın, ayrıntılara hiç girmeyeceğim. Solda olan Avrupa, sağda olan Asya'nın jeoloji haritası. Renklerin farklılığına dikkat edin, bayağı farklı. Sağda daha çok eski kayalar var. Paleozoik dediğimiz çok eski kayalar var. Solda ise Miyosen, Pliosen gibi, Eosen gibi genç kayalar var. Bir sefer İstanbul'un iki yakasının jeolojisi farklı. Şimdi burada demek ki Asya yakasında eski kayalar, Avrupa yakasında yeni kayalar, formasyonlar diyelim. Eski kaya daha iyi dayanımlı kaya demektir. Sismik dalgalara karşı. Sorunlu kayalar daha yeni olanlardır. Onlar da Avrupa yakasında. Birincisi bu. Şimdi hidrojeolojiye, su durumuna bakıyorum. Yani yeraltı ve yerüstü suları. Görüyorsunuz Avrupa yakasında da suların çoğu ve su geçirimli tabakaların çoğu Avrupa yakasında, Asya yakasında ise görece daha az. Şimdi kayma dalga hızına bakıyoruz. VS30 bu depremde çok önemli. Sigortacılar için de önemli ama sigortacılar bunun pek farkında değil gibime geliyor. Bazı yanlışlıklar yaparsam, sigortacılar hakkında yanlış şeyler söylersem kusuruma bakmayın, mevzuyu bilmediğimden dolayı. Kayma dalgası hızı demek, deprem dalgalarından özellikle S dalgası bir zemine girdiği zaman nasıl davranacak? Zeminle onun arasında bir etkileşim var. Dolayısıyla zemin nasıl davranıyor? Kayma hızı o zeminde neler yapıyor? Onu gösteriyor. Mesela bir örnek. Ben bunu böyle kovboy filmlerindeki at koşturmaya benziyorum.
I think this is similar to what we see in the cowboy movies, the Western movies, you know, when if there's an obstacle, a sudden obstacle occurring in front of the horse, they stop. If there is, it's similar, the mechanism works similar to that. If there is a solid ground, that you feel less of the impact. If the ground is not as solid, similar to how the horse needs to stop, suddenly the impact is multiplied and it upends the whole structure. And it moves in circles. It doesn't stop very quickly either. So all of these faults and plates, of course, the insurers consider the slide wave velocity, VS30, as an indicator. On the Anatolian side, there are different color codes. The VS30 is identified by a variety of colors. When you move towards the green, that means a higher VS30. So the green areas have a higher VS30 on the map. Look at both sides of the map. On the Anatolian side, it's all green, which corresponds to a higher VS30, and for parts of the European side as well. If you work in the insurance industry, of course, that means more work or assessment to be done on the green areas. It is also about the ground as well, of course. When you look at the ground map, there isn't really any part of Istanbul that is extremely bad in terms of the ground quality, or the Z3 corresponds to the worst ground quality, and within the red, Z1 and Z2 is what we see on the Anatolian side. So on the Anatolian side, except for the valleys or riverbeds or the beaches, man-made parts of the town, the ground quality is pretty good. However, on the European side, you see these little red dots, which indicates low quality in terms of the ground. If the ground is good, of course, or bad, that makes a huge difference in terms of the impact of the earthquake, because the quality of your building, of the construction, goes a certain way. However, of course, if you build a really good quality building on a bad quality ground, that doesn't take you very far in terms of safety, like we saw in the southeast part of Turkey. Okay, let's look at the PGA. Well, acceleration. What is acceleration? Let's say you're driving a car, you have a velocity of 80 kilometers per hour, and then you decided to go up to 150 kilometers per hour. You accelerated. So it is the sudden increase or surge in velocity. And that's how earthquake waves work as well, because there might be sudden increases or surges in terms of the speed of the movement. The lateral load is a factor to consider in terms of how these waves will impact the building as well. If you have a lateral impact due to the earthquake wave, that creates tension on the building. Okay, let's look at both sides. There isn't much difference. When the acceleration is high, of course, that refers to a higher risk, and that's closer to the seashore. The seashore, either on the Anatolian or the European side, the parts that are vulnerable to the highest PGA or acceleration risk are located by the sea, as you see in the red on the map. When you move inland, the PGA is lower. Therefore, as the insurance industry, if you want to consider these risk factors, PGA is one to consider. And if you're looking at PGA, you would be seeing similar pictures on both sides of the strait. Spectral acceleration is what we need to be considering here. When we look at the ground velocity, PGV, on the European side, except for the Princess Islands, the velocity is not very high. As you see, the majority of the map on the right side being dominated by green. On the European side, however, when you look at the seashore, all the reds and the oranges, all the way from the Bosphorus Straits, Küçükçekmece, Büyükçekmece, there is quite a wide band of land that is vulnerable. Velocity in centimeter over seconds denotes the oscillation speed in an earthquake scenario. That's what I mean by speed or velocity. That's also important. Okay, also let's look at the magnitude of the earthquake. We are usually mixed up in this. We think magnitude is the same as the velocity. However, there are different concepts. Magnitude is the amount of energy released in an earthquake situation. For example, when we say there's a 7.8 magnitude earthquake in Istanbul, this corresponds to 4 million tons of TNT being exploded simultaneously. That is the energy released with the earthquake. And how would you feel the earthquake? That is the magnitude. That is noted by the magnitude of the earthquake. For example, if you're in Yeşilköy, in Florida, you're sitting down, you're sat down, you are having a cup of coffee in a high magnitude earthquake situation, that would be the core of the earthquake. The same earthquake, the same city, someone on the other side of the town might feel it completely differently. That is what the magnitude is all about. It depends on how close you are to the core of the earthquake. The proximity from where you are into the core of the earthquake. On the European side, on the sea strip, you see all the red parts. That could be a killer. That could be a killer. There are millions of dwellings. If you move up towards the north, of course, that's less problematic. You can see on the European side, all the blues and the greens are relatively safer. And liquefaction is also very dangerous. This is about the underground waters, and all the red dots you see on the map. This is where the Küçükçekmece Lake is. On the European side, there's more of liquefaction, not as much on the European Anatolian side. If there is groundwaters close to your building, and if it's close to the ground level, if there is a tremor, a pressure will be created towards the water. And of course, when there's a pressure on a body of water, the water will move always, all directions. And it will also be moving towards the ground level, pushing upwards into the building. And it will feel as if the building is set on top of the body of water itself. It starts to float. It can float, or it will sink, or it will go sideways. Sometimes they show these like exceptional buildings after an earthquake. It stands quite solidly. But when you look in detail, you see that it was a 6-story building originally. The bottom 3 floors completely sank into the ground, and you can only see the top 3 levels. You can't quite tell how the damage occurred from just a picture over ground. And the landslides, because of the earthquake, is also a problem. On the European side, particularly in the Çekmece area, landslide will be impossible to stop. Even today, without the earthquake, a little tremor, something that happens for natural or man-made reasons, will be triggering these landslides. Let's talk about the tsunami. On the European side, the tsunami risk is much higher. Along the Bosphorus, up to 1 meter of tsunami waves are expected. So, let's conclude based on everything we have said so far. Apologies if I overrun my time by a few minutes. So, here is the deal. In terms of what the sector should conclude from what I've been talking about, from an insurer point of view. So what I've shared with you so far, the maps that I have put on the screen. Of course, there's so much work behind all of this. There's so many studies, there's millions of dollars of investment. If you're not using it for your analysis, for your assessments, for calculation of your premiums, of course, I can tell you you're in the wrong. So what we should be expecting in the Marmara region, it will be a destruction. Much more than what happened in the 11 provinces during the Maraş earthquake. Expect much, much more than that. The reason for that, of course, is the fact that 60% of Istanbul's building stock is basically ghettos. They are made up of bad materials, not in conformity with the building codes or the standards, no proper projects, and lots of corruption. Therefore, what awaits us, in short, is destruction. So destruction at the same time as the earthquake, which means that we will have slides, rubbles, and and inability to reach or access the people under the rubble. Even today, there are all these streets and roads in the city that is pretty much not possible to reach because of the parking situation, because of the narrow streets, alleys. There is no reason behind this building code or lack of it. Why did it happen that way? Because there was an influx of people. Whoever found whatever piece of land, patch of land, they decided to settle there. They didn't think they should go by any form of norm or standard. They just built whatever they could the way they wanted to. And the state was not in a position to prevent this or enforce the rules. And of course, wherever the people settled, there was a need for all the utilities to be provided. Therefore, the city sprawled in all sorts of directions, in all sorts of ways that's beyond any enforcement of rules. Therefore, there is no way we can be sustainable in a city that's built like this. And of course, for you as companies, insurance companies, to be sustainable in terms of profitability, if you were to provide compensation for potential Istanbul earthquake claims, because the intensity and the magnitude of the earthquake will surpass any sort of expectations. Apologies if I'm overstepping, but I think these are facts that need to be voiced, and I want to be very clear in the way I relay my message. So we talked about the destruction. Let's look at the potential loss of life. Some people accuse me of making back of the envelope calculations. Well, you work with international parties as well. You have all sorts of smart software or analytics, and I don't believe any of that stuff, I have to say. In terms of the potential loss of life calculation or destruction to buildings and the city, I think we should adopt a different way. For example, the government have come up with certain numbers. The minister have mentioned 600,000 buildings are vulnerable. And the metropolitan municipality have mentioned 97,000 buildings will be abandoned. I haven't used that number, roughly 100,000. I haven't used it. I said let's say 80% of the potentially risky 100,000 buildings are relatively safe. So I am taking or basing my estimates over 20,000 buildings roughly to be collapsing. 20,000 buildings made up of 5 stories each, 100,000 stories overall, 2 flats on each floor. You make the calculation, that takes you to 800,000 people or residents at high risk. And this is a very conservative estimation, with 20% of the total 100,000 vulnerable buildings taken into consideration. Even for 10,000 buildings expected to collapse, the total expected fatality comes down to 400,000 people. So let's not fool ourselves. The destruction is going to happen. It will happen in large numbers. If we had done our work in preparing the city for it, of course, the numbers would have been much lower. What about the economy? The economy will completely shut down. The tigers of Anatolia, we were talking about these tigers of Anatolia, no longer. They have all died. They have lost their equipment, their machinery, their market, their competitive edge, their customer base. They have lost so much time. There's no exports, no imports. That's completely shut down. The Anatolian tigers are no longer. What they manage to build in 20, 30 years will take another 20, 30 years to bring up from the rubble. And how are these people going to survive or sustain themselves? Well, this is a small simulation of what awaits us in Istanbul. The Marmara region will completely come to ground level. It will completely collapse. What does that mean? Marmara region supports or creates 60% of Turkey's GDP. So that means like 60% of our industrial infrastructure. But then, of course, how is it logical to concentrate or put 60% of your GDP in one single region, which is at the epicenter of a potential earthquake, a very deadly large earthquake? We don't even know how we should have prepared for the earthquake. The officials, that's what we do. That's what people do. We knock the wood. We think that that will prevent the earthquake. People think it's about how strong or solid or well built your building is. But this is much more or comprehensive than that. We need to think about all the bits and pieces around that, like logistics, communication. We need to act like grown-ups. If you have a really solid building, robust building, but you don't have any communication lines or logistics don't work, then it doesn't work. In Southeast, 40% of the people passed away. Marmara is the feeder of Turkey, but if Marmara shuts down, Turkey can't feed Marmara, and that will bring Turkey's economy to a halt. And when that happens, political independence or sovereignty will be at stake. Esteemed president has said once, he said, I was told World Bank wants to borrow $5 billion from us. And I said, okay, give the money to the World Bank, because when you borrow, you have a right to say, over those people. So maybe then if we need to borrow money someday from these international parties, that will mean that they will have a say on what we do. In 1999, I've been saying this same thing over and over. I've been warning people about the potential impact of the Marmara earthquake. I have heard many things, but I haven't seen much action taken, even now. Because this is a matter of sovereignty, this is a matter of political independence, of the future of the country. There is so much talking the talk, but there is no walking the talk. People just talk and do nothing. I also wanted to talk about how we can prepare the city for a potential earthquake, but I don't want to disrupt your program. If there is any more opportunity, of course, I would be most pleased to talk about it as well. Thank you very much. Esteemed professor, thank you very much. Okay, I'm gonna sit back down. Let's continue. Okay, I will try to keep this short. Okay, so what needs to be done to ensure that the city is earthquake resistant? They're not very simple tasks, but of course we have state mechanisms in this country, and the state mechanism can work to make the country earthquake safe or earthquake resistant in 15 years. It wouldn't take more than that. But it's been ages and we haven't managed to do this even for Marmara. First of all, we need a dedicated disaster ministry. This dedicated ministry in charge of disaster preparation. And this ministry would start working in a methodical way based on meritocracy. They would have the means, the resources they needed, and they would be independent of any political interference. They would be autonomous, no matter which party is in power. They would still have their agenda. They would be respected by whichever political party in power, free of any interference as such. Second, you need to legislate. I think there is some sort of effort for that, for Istanbul only. But it's not only about Istanbul that will be impacted from a potential earthquake. The legislation needs to cover the whole of the country. All of the obstacles that are between us and being earthquake resilient need to be removed. It will need to be covered or assured by constitutional coverage so that people don't take manipulate the system for their own gains. The builders, contractors, landlords, the officials, local authorities, they need to leave all that nonsense aside. They need to start working together for the benefit of the public, for the overall good. And of course, the local administrations needs to be decentralized on micro priorities. Another point in terms of preparedness, of course, you very well know this. We need to create a building fund. This was trialed before. We have examples from different parts of the world. This should be supported by the central bank, by the central government. That will need to be guaranteed by these actors, so that the banks can offer lines of credit to the people in a way that is accessible, that is affordable. And of course, they can then provide indemnity to the state by way of pledging their deeds to the fund. And then it can be securitized as a fund with the backing of the deeds on the international market. So there's a state backing for the landlords, the property owners, in which case the banks offer line of credit to the property owners, in return for which the property owners pledge their deeds to the fund, which then becomes an asset that can be securitized in the international market. So it works both ways. It's not a loss for the state. This mechanism would work. So this fund needs to be created. This fund will then be like the guarantee of affordable credit lines for the people. Another point of preparedness, of course, will be the need to decentralize local authorities in micro-priority areas, and those areas need to be mapped out along these priority lines. They need to consider the geological, geophysical, seismological features or aspects of the areas in a very detailed manner. So the ground, how the ground would act in a potential earthquake situation, where you can provide building permits, 3 floors, 5 floors, liquefaction risks. So all of these factors would need to be considered in these micro areas. so that we would scale down these vulnerability or risk maps at a much more detailed level. We have this in Istanbul and in Izmir only in all of Turkey, but of course, if you task the governor's offices in various cities, they would say, oh, we were working on it, we're working on it, not even knowing what it entails. This isn't about bringing together these composite facts and coming up with a few pages in the form of a report. The micro mapping efforts in Turkey started after the 1999 earthquake, and it cost $15 million. So it's a serious business if you want to do it properly. And of course, the whole administration, the administrative capability, the use of land, the planning would work in tandem with the facts gathered and the data created by the micro mapping. So let's say for Istanbul or any other province, what do we do? So we talked about the administrative system. Okay, it's a democratic system. Good, we're in line with that. A new mayor is elected, comes into power, and runs the administration the way they want. But of course, maybe he might come from a medical profession. He might be a contractor. He doesn't quite know, or they don't quite know, what happens or what the potential risks are in an earthquake situation. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to get the city prepared. Of course they don't, because they're not equipped for it. So we're basically trusting someone with no earthquake preparedness credentials to administer a city that is highly risky in terms of earthquake, which then means, of course, all these building permits in areas that are highly risky, where there is liquefaction. So we need to adopt a methodical approach. We need to look at the data. We need people who are equipped well enough or qualified to make sense of the data when the data is available, where it needs to be a green area, where it needs to be a building permit. These zoning maps, of course, all of those activities will need to consider actions free from the interference of political initiatives. You know, it should be beyond the reach of the mayor or the prime minister or the president to have a say on these things. It should be upon science and scientists to show you the way in terms of where to build what kind of buildings. And then, of course, the people are left under the rubbles. And of course, we need monitoring, supervision of these local authorities in the way of trainings by the central authority to ensure that the awareness is there and kept at a high standard. I remember this one instance. A mayor in one city talked about an earthquake that happened in another part of the country. They said they are penalized by God because they weren't living properly in conformity with the religious requirements. Okay, second is the public itself, the people, us, ourselves. If the people themselves are not aware, are not knowledgeable, are not prepared, are not resilient on an individual level, the country will not be such. We need to teach the public how to be prepared, what to do before, during, and after an earthquake, and how the mistakes could cost their lives. If you could do this efficiently, then you would be in a much better position to claim that Istanbul is earthquake resilient. Because people have these tendencies, even if they have building permit for 5 floors, they will go for the 6th floor just to get some additional financial leverage or enhance the value of their properties. They will argue their way or manipulate their way, bargain their way into higher capital gain. So this is not in any way belittling the public. The public is to be revered. The people are to be revered. However, the awareness, knowledge, they are at a very low level, and we need to increase. We need to enhance their knowledgeability, their awareness. And the political actors also sort of feeding the system as well. They say, oh, my people know the best. No, the people don't know the best, because we haven't educated them, we haven't schooled them properly, we haven't taught them properly. We need education. We need to educate these people in Japan, all the way from primary school. The state educates its people to be prepared so that they know what to do. They do it via the TV, they do it via boards, they do it by books, conferences at school, by having earthquake parks, different means to ensure that people are knowledgeable about the earthquake so they don't make mistakes. Whereas in our country, we clap all these people that enact legislation to let the most serious offenders, zoning or building permit offenders, go free without any consequences. That can't be done in a city like Istanbul, because any such mistakes will cost the lives of thousands of people. And this shouldn't be the country that we are. So we need to educate the people 24 hours a day, primary schools, middle schools, high schools, books, TVs, programs. Maybe we should have soap operas. People like watching soap operas. Maybe we should produce things like that, and we will tell them what the impact would be. Infrastructure, the roads, viaducts, bridges, tunnels. We've seen this in the southeast. We have If we could please wrap up, I'm really sorry, but in the interest of time, I told you before that this would be long. That's why I didn't want to take part in the panel discussions. If we have panels, we should have time for it later on. So we need to consider infrastructure now, before the earthquake happens. This is time to act on the earthquake itself, infrastructure itself. And it's not really that difficult. Even one person can do it. You can test these existing infrastructure buildings. Dams, for example. There are many dams in Istanbul for drinking water, and 3 of those are likely to collapse in an earthquake situation. You have to be on your 2 feet doing this stuff. There are 97,000 buildings in Istanbul. You will either strengthen them, or you will bring them down and rebuild them. And of course,
bugün evi yıkılacak olan, ölümü bekleyen insanlara buyurun kardeşim sizi burada misafir ediyoruz, kira mira vermeyin.
All these buildings that are currently extremely vulnerable, you can transport them to container cities so that you can rebuild the existing vulnerable stock. But of course, if you offer them 3,000 lira per month so that they could vacate their property, the 3,000 lira doesn't take you much. That doesn't take you anywhere much, so they can't go. The state, as an actor, has to guarantee the life of these citizens. Have to ensure that they have a right, they can exercise their right to live healthily and properly. So create these container cities like temporary accommodation facilities so you could rebuild the vulnerable stock. And maybe consider the political initiative to even like support more influx or migration to the city. These are all doable things. Ecosystem and environment. Of course, ecosystem is about healthy life, all the flowers, clean air, birds and all that. But we don't have one in Istanbul because millions of tons of materials are buried underground. Of course, there is seeping of liquids, there is petrochemical reactions, all sorts of chemical reactions underground, corrupting the groundwaters. We're seeing this, of course, in southeast. It's all buried under the ground. We can't even see it, but of course we will see the consequences for many years to come. There's no hygiene. Earthquake is the environmental disaster, the worst environmental disaster, not only a societal disaster. Of course, I'm not going to say much about the economy, apart from saying that we need to make sure that we earthquake-proof the economy, including all instruments of economy by way of international means, to make sure that it can tolerate any such changes. Thank you very much.
Hocam çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Ağzınız.
Thank you so much, esteemed professor. I would like to invite Mr. Taylan Türkönmez, Deputy Chairman of Insurance Association of Türkiye, to present the plaque to our esteemed professor. Thank you so much. Are you living on the Asian side, on the European side? I live in Zekeriyaköy, on the European side. Is it the strongest place? Actually, we have delayed a lot, but I think that we can have the opportunity to talk with them in the coffee break. I am gonna switch to the next panel, but I have something I want to share about you. Welcome, Mr. Akif. After the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, a couple of months ago, one reassurance foreign company, I don't want to name, a representative to Turkey said to me, we follow his announcements day by day, minute by minute. We file and follow everything he says. Taylan knew who I'm talking about. They follow every word you say. Now that we got an introduction to the earthquake issue by our Professor Naci, now let's start the panel about the role of the insurers in response to earthquakes. Taylan Türkölmez will be our moderator.
Çevre ve Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığı Sayın Sezai Köse.
We have Mr. Sezai Köse from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Transformation Services, Deputy General Manager. We have Professor Dr. Ufuk Yazgan, academician from Istanbul Technical University. And we have Dr. Ceyhun Eren, Director from Allianz Technical and Risk Engineering Department. Greetings to all of you from us as well. And if you're ready, let us start. On my behalf, I want to say a couple of things. And then it is about not me, actually, about our panelists. It's more important what they have to say. We started with Mr. Naci. And all of our panelists right now are the people who worked on earthquake science, who have built careers on it. They're scientists. And as a member of the board, as the deputy chairman, I am more than pleased to facilitate the environment for making the suitable platform, talking about the real thing, without censoring, without suspending, without stopping what needs to be said. What science calls for is being talked here. As a citizen living in Istanbul, I was born here, I was raised here, I grew up here, and most probably I will complete my lifetime here. So it's very important what the science tells us. Bless him, our esteemed professor told us really important things. We have two important scientists here. You can check about their careers on LinkedIn, but all of these people are important people who have graduated from the esteemed universities of Turkey, of the TÜRKİYE Republic. So I hope in our second century of our republic we can continue to have quality education. And I want to check who I need to start with. Okay, Mr. Sezai, we can start with you. Mr. Sezai works as the Deputy General Manager in Infrastructure and Urban Transformation Services. He's going to share his opinions from a public government perspective, state perspective. And I'm checking my time. It's 10 past 10. Let me share it with you. By 11:15, 11:20, we have time. Cutting back on the coffee break, we have presentations, and maybe we can get some questions. I also have a couple of questions. If we can manage it effectively, if we had the time to talk about this all day long, it would be better, but at least we have this much time. Thank you so much. I wish everyone a good morning. Thanks to Mr. Naci, he always touches the most important points. They are the issues we already work on. First of all, just like Thailand said about Istanbul,
Bakanlık tarihinde ilk kez
for the first time in the history of our ministry,
2019 yılında İstanbul'da bir birim açtık.
we had a unit in Istanbul for urban transformation. Maybe some of you in the audience know of that. In charge of urban transformation, there is a
Görevlendirildi ve
deputy
yaklaşık 4
general manager, which I am
yürütmeye çalışıyoruz. Tek amaç
in
vatan
charge of for the last 4 years, with the main goal being
Tabii hocamın
maintaining the safety and security of our citizens against natural disasters. Actually, I want to also mention that we work on insurance recently as well. So I would like to share my ideas on that as well.
kentsel dönüşüm yıllardır hep
Urban transformation is a topic that is very hot on our agenda, being discussed a lot, but also our survival, our presence as a national survival is very important as well. There had been many legal regulations, but
afet riski altındaki alanların
the most important legal law is 6636, and it's still in
bugüne kadar İstanbul'da bu kanun kapsamında
power.
1 milyon bağımsız
So 1 million individual units have been strengthened and they are made earthquake resistant. Is it enough? No. And there is a need for a regulation for these issues. The recent February earthquake proved this to us. In the last 4 years, 200,000 individual units are under urban transformation. None of the reserve
kullanılmıyor şu anda.
housing areas are not being used for new house constructions, and we started in 19th of August. We are now delivering 10,000 homes in the Esenler military zone and above TEM with the neighboring provinces. We are working. Why is it going slow? There are two reasons for this. One is the approach of our people to the issue, and the second part is the financial aspect. We always talk about this. Istanbul has a
O noktada öncelikli afet
unique position. So we want to first relocate the houses which are subject to first degree disaster risk. But at the
hocamın gösterdiği haritaları
at the final point, we're always slapped. The areas that Naci shared with us are the most valuable areas of Istanbul. So when we want to relocate them, you can guess how they respond to this. But unfortunately, at the last stage, this has come to a stage that we are discussing if this should be done by obligation instead of convincing. And our professor 5 years ago said, you cannot strengthen Istanbul, make it earthquake resistant just by strengthening the service areas, the industrial facilities. How can we assess, evaluate all of this? We constantly work with our scientists and universities. And in urban transformation, about the financing aspect, as the ministry, that's what we are working on. And there are examples of this in the world. Can we align this? Can we align the building construction supervision with the insurance industry? This also needs to be revised. But we have seen that it lacks proper functioning, maybe we can integrate it to the insurance sector so that the disasters won't cost people's lives. Of course, we can bring back the buildings or the equipment, whatever, but we can't bring any lives lost back. Our minister said 600,000 individual units. So if we take one building having 6 or 7 individual units or shops, it actually is the same number, but we see that economical conditions don't allow them to relocate. We are dealing with the technological, sociological, and economical aspects of transformation of 1,500 buildings. We know that we need to do more. We are in contact with NGOs and universities and with our citizens. We need to cooperate. And while we do this as the ministry, I won't share with you what kind of troubles we face. I don't want to be whining and moaning, but there's a sociological side of this as well. So when we do this, 99% of the beneficiaries don't really look at this from a safety for their lives is not a concern. Unfortunately, we try to give them the awareness. That awareness should be given. We are unable to create the awareness and the consciousness on media, through NGOs. Maybe we need to include this in the curriculum of the grade schools. We need to start at a very early age, and this is how it needs to be done. So that's why we are in contact with the Ministry of National Education. We have a commission for awareness in urban transformation. So we had a commission from the members of the media, from social media influencers and everyone. What do we need to do? Do we need to have a drama or a TV series, or should it be commercials? Whatever it takes. How can we tell it to them? I shared this with our minister, and I wanted to link it to insurance as well. Just like we have obligatory traffic insurance, otherwise they're not allowed to be on traffic. Can we do something like this for houses? Can we have something similar? We studied the DASK and we wanted to see. So DASK is for the public benefit, and it was amended a couple of times. The last one is 2012. That's what my personal research showed me. Maybe there are people who know more than you, but for having water and gas and utilities subscription, it was obligatory. If we didn't do this, the DASK, the earthquake insurance, wouldn't be this broad. We look at the tiles of our house, we look at the walls of our house, we look at the optics of a house we want to buy, but we don't check how well it was built. So we need to actually work on that more than anything else. We have contacts with the Ministry of Family Affairs and other ministries, the population of Istanbul is 18 million. So to transform a city of that size is not too easy if you were to do it with only government finances. If we had it, of course, we'd be happy to do this. For the last decade, I've been working in Istanbul and for Istanbul. 5 years in the Ministry for Urban Transformation, and previously I was the Director for Urban Transformation in an Istanbul province municipality. So, okay, the government needs to, the state needs to do it, the private sector needs to do it, but there are parts that this cannot be done. We had 91,000 assessments for buildings, and then 700,000 buildings are the ones complying the code. 90,000 houses are very small number for Istanbul, but there are incentives, there are rent subsidies. It's actually a subsidy of, okay, maybe it's not enough. Maybe with the increasing rents, this shit needs to be assessed again, and that's what we are doing. We are in contact with the Ministry of Treasury. But since 2011 until 2018, it just kept increasing. But after 2018, it only increased in the months of earthquakes, because the urban transformation with the builders or developers is not enough for the homeowners. There is not enough number of homes that are worth building again, so it's not profitable for the homeowners. Because of the regulations and stuff, the citizens are not willing to go under urban transformation. So when we develop a project, we need to come up with different financial instruments, financial tools. Why? Because there are citizens who can't give an extra 5,000 or 10,000 liras for anything. That's some of our citizens, especially the retired people, pensioners. They have either built a house or bought a house which is not up to building code, and when we say this doesn't comply with the building code for the earthquake code, they say, why do you care? If it happens, I'm gonna die, they say. But we can't allow this to happen. But when we give the financial aspect of rebuilding, then even though we subsidize, they're unable to go under the urban transformation and construction. So 1% only says that we need to do this for our lives, to save our lives. Maybe we can do leasing, maybe we can have credit lines, long-term credit lines. But in Istanbul, for example, 20 years, 240 months long-term. Okay, I am going to wrap up. We're short of time. In Beykoz, Tokatköy, 20 years, tenure projects are ready, but there are citizens who cannot do this, and we need to have a regulation. Our state puts the right to shelter as a priority. We need to have, we have a common understanding which is above presidency and insurance, leasing, financial tools, certificates, international funds. How can we create a resource and how can we transform more buildings? And last year with Marmara University and Istanbul Technical University, with some members of the faculty, we have discussed the resilience of infrastructure in Istanbul in case of an earthquake. As the executive of the project, I can sincerely tell you the infrastructure of the waterworks, the electricity, and natural gas lines in Istanbul is in a good state. But we need to do something about the building stock. Strengthening is also discussed a lot. Can we add something? Since I have limited time, maybe our other speakers can talk about this, about the pardoning of the buildings which are not up to building code can be pardoned. There are buildings which do not have building permission, and in the last 50 years. So do we pardon them in reality if we allow them to enhance, to strengthen their buildings? So we need to discuss this with universities and NGO. Can we strengthen every single building, because there is a limit of 40% cost, and in the insurance industry, in the building supervision system, we are open to feedback and criticism. We don't claim that we know it all and we know the best. There's something to be learned every single day. This is a field very open to all of these. What we need to do is to create cities prepared for disasters. And how can we make our citizens more aware and more conscious? How can we come up with some type of funds? And the universities and NGOs are discussing this with the General Directorate of Infrastructure and Urban Transformation. The newly constructed buildings, unfortunately, if we take their life for 50 or 100 years, 50 or 100 years later, we will be facing the same problem. So do we need to have a compulsory insurance or a compulsory funding so that when that time comes 50 years later, let us have enough funds to rebuild them, and let this not challenge or trouble the owners or put them in a very difficult position that they cannot afford to undergo urban transformation again. We work with the DASK, we work with our Capital Markets Agency. Okay, can you please wrap up because we're way past our time. Thank you so much. First of all, this is really very important. As the ministries, as the municipalities, we are in the field, but it's our job to create a certain awareness at every level. So our citizens also need to be supported on that front. We really, I don't want to say this as an agitation, but I take it seriously. We take threats from our citizens. They threaten us to kill us. They threaten to kill us because we bring their houses to the urban transformation program. So this is a hot topic on our agenda. The disaster commissions are also discussing these topics. I hope this sort of meetings will yield fruitful results and we will have more resilient cities against earthquakes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. In a symposium in the Insurance Week, we once again experienced how right we were to choose this topic. And you finished by saying it's about the society. It's behavioral economics. And I agree with you. It's not something that just the government or state can do. It's not just the private sector. The universities, the academia, the science needs to be actively involved. So I would like to give the mic to Mr. Professor Dr. Ufuk Yazgan, earthquake professor. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. This meeting that we are in is a very important information channel. I think we all notice this. The insurance industry needs to be able to better express themselves. The public sector needs to share their problems, and the academia needs to show this ways of solutions. What I want to do in my presentation is to underline the potential, and I want to look at major problems that we need to solve. There are also mistakes that we insist on making again and again and again. And thirdly, we don't have time to lose. We need to have smart strategies and act fast. My specialty is earthquake risk assessment. I also worked as an earthquake model developer in reinsurance companies. So my life is about creating projections for losses. This world is ever changing, and we're trying to idealize. Of course, there are So we need to use models, and there are academic researchers of the sector, and the vulnerability and the danger can be assessed. The losses of the previous earthquakes, the building stock data, the fault data, and all of these are more valuable than diamonds. So the more, and this is very important that we see this. And the 6th of February, and this is very typical damages. We lost them, and we lost tens of thousands before. And this is I was back then just going to school, and they were not very very well documented, very well known damages that we knew, including Istanbul. When you walk on an average street, so this is something that we need to find out, the critical components and the mechanisms. We have obstacles preventing us from acting. There are some critical issues which are not all about knowledge and data. And the 6th of February earthquakes were not common, average, or regular earthquakes. They were really major lessons. They taught us a lot. But this is the main picture, the big picture. We lose buildings there at the mid-level. After the soft story, they collapsed. But we see from recordings, the main trigger is this, and we need to be able to distinguish this. And our people also are aware of this damage mechanisms. After a 4.8 earthquake, these people cannot go back into their houses. A 4.8 earthquake might be very hazardous, and we can't solve this, unfortunately. There are certain locks that we're unable to unlock, and even the smallest damages. When you walk in Istanbul, you can see that this is a bomb waiting to explode in any street of Istanbul. There are too many mistakes being done. The wrong grounds and buildings are not up to code. All of these add up to this major losses. The losses in Maraş were unbelievable, and two gigantic earthquakes hitting simultaneously, being triggered like this, were never in any of the scenarios. So these Christchurch and L'Aquila earthquakes, secondary earthquakes, were nothing compared to these ones. And we work on these as the university. And this is 9 hours apart in a very large geographical area, and the losses and the mechanisms they start are not enough, and this is very critical. Single earthquakes, we work on them and we have much more comfortable models, more reliable results. But when it's a multi-earthquake mechanism, their shaking creates major problems. So it's hitting again and again. So mid-damaged buildings are then triggered, and then this increases the scale of loss, and it shows us that our risk reaches unbelievable levels, and the earthquake scientists are working so much on this. One other problem is it goes for hundreds of kilometers of surface and these faults, surface faults, are showed us that our assessments, these surface breaks or surface ruptures, are not what we have projected in our projections and scenarios. And many times a certain risk is dependent on the neighboring buildings. It depends on the performance of the adjacent buildings, and the supporting walls can also be triggered, and they collapse and they create unimaginable losses and breaks. And we understand that we need to deal with this. About the vertical acceleration, there are very different demands in our building stock. Unfortunately, our building stock is non-reliable on horizontal acceleration, but also the vertical acceleration creates major problems. The non-structural elements triggers the losses very strongly. In the mid-damaged buildings, even though they have no damage in the carrying elements, the losses created by these elements create lives being lost, and it also created problems. This gave us some critical information in the modeling world. So these models need to be enhanced to come up with better models. Every earthquake allows us to see what we're lacking and what mistakes we do in risk management. So to develop these models, one of the critical components is what we need as universities is to have an open data approach so that we can enrich the databases with our contribution as well. Of course, the insurance sector is very competitive, unfortunately, like any other sector, but there are major benefits from having open source databases, and our universities can contribute on that front strongly. And about the vulnerability, there are very important observations that reach to public offices and insurers. We also try to collect them, but bringing them together will allow us to have much richer data analyses. And about this problem, unfortunately, we have we have very limited support from abroad because our buildings and problems of our buildings not being up to code are much different than those in United States and in Japan. We need to keep these risks at manageable levels, and this will be a major benefit for the insurance sector. The universities can supply major contribution on that front, and these are all areas that public and private sectors as well as universities can contribute. The improvement of granularity is important, and public and academia and the common ground of all these parties can help us better pricing, more optimal portfolios can be created by joint efforts and collaboration. The universities are ready to give R&D support, and we hope that the sector will demand this, but we can carry it to much further stages, and well understood and demanded risk transfer products need to be developed, which touches people's lives at the right places, and launching it to the market will be a major benefit for our country. So to mitigate the earthquake risk, there are critical locks that can't be opened. That is a satellite photo of that city. And as Naji said very rightfully, there's a fault waiting to break to create destructive impact. So when we progress on that front, there is a ceiling, there's a limitation to the level of benefits we can achieve. The insurance sector, one critical mechanism is trust. The builders, the engineers, the constructors, and not having trust in these people to public or private sector is a major problem. The reason for not trusting is risks. So we need to mitigate the risks. Building complementary insurance is very important, I believe, in risk mitigation to remove the obstacles. Also, risk transfer products focused on building, strengthening, I think will be a good product. International R&D studies give us a limited info. We can have natural disaster bonds. This will also diversify risk transfer tools. We can have parametric risk transfer products, which will be case-based and impact level-based. We don't make use of these in our country. For us to benefit more, we have the needed infrastructure, but we need to take the steps for getting the required R&D. Advanced technological data collection systems that keeps evolving all the time. Remote perception, big data processing, and machine learning technologies are required. Also, disaster response information systems, that is critical, but we need to work. The stakeholders all have the knowledge and information, but we need to work together to effectively manage risk. I think this will give us fruitful results, and I don't need to go over them again. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Biraz panelin metodolojisinde
Well, I'm going to propose to change the methodology of the panel. Maybe we'll give you some time to breathe. So maybe we could talk about this a little bit further. There is a set of proposed solutions. Can we zoom out of this? Yeah. We talked about the modeling need yesterday as well when we were talking to the reinsurance companies. Lack of data, of course, makes us ask questions. But of course we know that the modeling is extremely important, and it's important for it to be data-based as well. So maybe we could bring various forces like DOSC and public sector, private sector, universities. I think a joint database would be extremely fruitful, and it could lead us to understand the scale of risk much better. I think it would be massively helpful to have a joint data set like that, because there are certain lessons that we refuse to take. So we could put these on the table, and I think it would be very, very important and very beneficial. And it's not really reinventing the wheel. This is basically bringing our forces together. Yes, exactly. There are already meetings about this, summits about this. It provides us a base to communicate upon. And would you like to add a few things? Sure. Well, data is at the heart of everything that we do. In terms of the project, in terms of the insurance industry, inventory, and data, of course, sit at the heart of all that we do. We already saw the maps. When we look at the building stock and compare it to the Maps, of course, it shows us the way forward in terms of what we need to renovate. And of course, data or regenerate. Of course, data plays a major role in that.
Çok önemli olduğunu görüyoruz.
So data is extremely important.
Hocamızın da bahsettiği gibi işte üniversitelerimiz, kamu,
Universities, public, DASK.
DASK genellikle daha iyi biliyorsunuz yeni yapılara yönelik olduğu için.
It's vital
Düşünmemiz gereken yapı verisinin
that
envanterini belediyelerimizden
we could bring these forces together in big cities like the metropolitan municipalities.
Belediyelerde yani valiliğin olduğu belediyelerimizde onlarla beraber veri envanterinin sigortacılık noktasında veya diğer işlemler noktasında oluşturulması
Therefore,
alınacak veya oluşturulacak stratejilerde en önemli adım. Bu olmadan bir şey oluşturmak yanlış sonuca götürebilir veya zarar oluşturabilir tabiri caizse. Tepkili oluyor.
we need to act on the data itself, otherwise it will lead us to make mistakes.
Bu konuda hocamın dediklerine son olarak katılıyorum.
Therefore, I completely agree with what the esteemed professor has said.
Hocam bir de şeyi söylediniz ya, bu yapılar bizim yapılarımız, yani biz yaptık. Sonuçta ya İstanbul'u biz böyle yarattık.
And of course, this city is a making of our own vices and virtues. And if we are to transform it, if we need to transform it, then it will be upon us as well.
O yeni yapıda DAS sorumluluğu var.
So, for the new buildings, for example, there is dusk requirement, but there is no dusk requirement for the renewals. So, of course, renewals see a lower level of penetration. That includes all of us, by the way. I'm part of the bunch as well. We need to resolve these issues. Maybe certain things need to be mandatory, despite everything. We don't want to make these things compulsory, but we need to consider it.
Bundan sonra biz sektör olarak nasıl olur sigorta? Peki hadi onu çözdük diyelim ama mevcut yapıları ne yapacağız? Kısmı hala duruyor orada. Bir kütle halinde.
And of course, the question stands as to what we're going to do with the existing building stock.
Yani mevcut yapı stoğumuz çok yüksek bir sıkıntı yaşıyor.
Of course, the existing building stock
Çeşitliliği de çok fazla.
is extremely problematic.
Altında göçen binalarımız var İstanbul'da.
We have buildings that collapse on its own weight without any earthquakes, without being stressed with any tremors.
Servislerin vesaire mevcut yapı stoğumuz çok büyük bir problem ve bize özgü bir problem.
So the building stock is a problem, a particular problem for Turkey, and we need to come up with our own solutions to resolve these issues.
Konuyla ilgili bir birlikte çalışılması gerektiği ve herhalde bizim en önemli çıktılarımızdan biri olacak diye düşünüyorum. Tabii dünkü Beyhan Bey'in yaptığı sunumu da hani dün burada olmayanların izlemesini öneririm. Hani bizlerin davranışsal olarak nasıl reddettiği, kendimizi kapadığı, konfor alanından
And
çıkmayarak
of course,
o var sahip olduğumuz evi değerli kılmaya yönelik
we are reluctant sometimes to move out of our comfort zones, and we think it to be natural, but of course there's a psychology behind this that we need to understand, but in either case bring to resolution. Okay, now I'll give the floor to Ceyhun. He's a colleague of mine. We have worked together for long years.
daha çok bireysel konut, biz bireylerin ne yapması gerektiğiyle ilgili konuşuyoruz ama Naci hocamız da söyledi, onun
Like Mr. Naji has said, there's an economic perspective,
endüstriyel yapılara getiriyor.
which brings us to the industrial facilities. So, Ceyhun, the floor is yours.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Ben de hızlı olmaya çalışacağım.
I will try to stick with my 15 minutes of time.
Sunumu İngilizce hazırlamıştım.
My slides are in English, but I will present them in Turkish.
Şimdi sanayi yapıları özelinde değerlendireceğim.
I will focus on industrial facilities.
Problemi tanımlayarak başlamak istiyorum.
First of all, let's have a look at the definition of the problem.
En farkındalığının az olduğu noktalardan
Maybe this is an area that we have a very low level of awareness. We don't quite realize the
yönetmelikleri uygunluk anlamında
design, the importance of the design elements while we're constructing new buildings.
yönetmeliğe uygun bir
So seismic design target level of industrial buildings is what I'm talking about. Industrial buildings are designed against an earthquake hazard, which is defined as severe earthquake and has a 475 years return period and a 10% probability of exceedance in 50 years in accordance with a performance target level of controlled damage or life safety. So this accordingly means that following a high magnitude earthquake, we won't be able to use our industrial buildings without having to renew or renovate them. So, of course, when we look at the construction costs, we see that the material cost of the structural systems is merely between 20 to 40% of the total project cost. So this ratio is even lower for the industrial buildings. And of course, one of the points that are lacking in terms of the modeling agencies is that there isn't much of a discipline in terms of the calculation of earthquake costs or damages. This isn't only about structural loss, it should also be the total earthquake loss estimation needs to be taken as a multidisciplinary concept. This is from the 1995 Kobe earthquake. Even if the structural system exposed no damage, there could occur severe damages or serious injuries caused by non-structural elements. Non-structural elements can be defined as everything except the columns, beams, floors within the building, walls, windows, ceilings, stock inventory, decoration, installation, machinery, and equipment. I'm trying to say these, not trying to scare people off, but maybe there will be no structural damage in this building, but because of how the lighting fixtures work, there might be a lot of damage. We're on the European side, so there shouldn't be much hazard now. Of course, it has to be a multidisciplinary attitude when it comes to calculation or estimation of earthquake damages. There might be no structural damage, but all the auxiliary equipment, design elements, electricity panels, the lenses in the server cabins, for example, this means a loss of data. These are all critical factors to consider. There is also secondary effects. The sprinkler system is a prerequisite in all systems. However, if it doesn't work properly, then that will create additional unwanted damage. I'm not going to go into the details of these analyses. Some snapshots from various previous earthquakes, the last one being the 2023 Kahramanmaraş earthquakes. These are the lessons learned in 10 bullet points. Of course, my specialty, my expertise is earthquake behavior of buildings, but what I observed in the Kahramanmaraş area, the earthquake, is that the ground quality, the ground features were the most determining factor. Some buildings which have entirely the same structural features performed in completely different ways depending on how the ground acted. So the nature actually tells us where to build, what to build, how to build it. But of course, some of the industrialists now know this a little too late. They build on agricultural land, which should have been reserved for agricultural land because they're not safe for buildings. But unfortunately, we have all committed these mistakes. Also, of course, we are focusing on clean energy, green energy, in view of the environmental concerns as well. However, we should also consider and refrain from putting solar panels on each and every roof. And we have also seen during the earthquake that many or even most industrial facilities didn't even bother to purchase profit loss insurance. I think that's one thing we need to focus on and promote better. Also, one area of importance that Mr. Naji has also mentioned is that to include the dwellings of our staff as part of our overall risk when it comes to earthquake damage. Another lesson learned, number 4, is the non-structural damages. Like I've said in the beginning, significant non-structural damages were observed in industrial buildings, such as overturning and sliding machinery and equipment, broken sprinkler systems, natural gas pipes, fallen suspended ceilings. We always say these things during our trainings as well. We need to stay tuned during the tremor itself, and then we can try to leave the building. Look at the picture on the left side. There's an elevator which has collapsed at the bottom of the building, so we need to refrain from using them during the earthquakes. For example, sprinkler systems, damaged shelves or broken glass. This is a hospital building. It was built in line with the 2019 legislation. There's no structural damage whatsoever. However, it can't be used completely out of order. The reason is the fact that the ceilings have collapsed and the electrical system is no longer operational. It's strongly recommended that earthquake test reports prepared by accredited laboratories should be asked, especially for the special machinery and equipment. These are critical. The left part of the slide is about faults or the wrongdoings, and the right side pertains to correct examples. For example, you will see the joinery of two building parts, and it's vital that this is an excerpt from the Samos earthquake. See, this is how dilatation works. So these two buildings are joined and they act completely differently in response to the earthquake, even if they stand on the same ground. The way they oscillate is different, so the joinery needs to be flexible in an effort to prevent any fires that might be caused. Which brings us to accredited seismic tests. We do this at Allianz Technique. We are an accredited agency for seismic tests of the non-structural elements in the buildings. And of course, this is very beneficial for the local manufacturers. I think our investors need to consider when they are buying any machinery or equipment that the machinery is in line or tested for a seismic reaction. For example, in number 7, a few things about the solar panels. Like I've said before, this is before and the right side is the after. The ideal solution could be evaluating the situation of roof-type solar panel construction for the industrial buildings during the structural design phase. The Maraş earthquake have caused many people to lose their lives, but of course there are lessons to be learned. Even if we can't do anything else in their memory, we should at least learn our lesson from Maraş earthquake. This is a performance level of industrial buildings. There's a very fine line between safety and fatality. There's a very fine line because there isn't really much room to ponder through. According to the most seismic codes, being basic design parameter for almost every building needs to be considered. Personally, this has a personal level of motivation because in 2015 we have created a structural performance analysis that's still in use at Allianz, and these recent earthquakes have verified, so as to say, the functionality of these models. What we call the earthquake risk analysis, of course, relies on certain parameters. This is for a single-story industrial facility. There are two axes, lateral and vertical. So once we get all these pieces of information, it produces basically an individual loss estimation curve, which shows that for this particular facility is way above the acceptable level of risk. This is a very light material used, so it's a bit of surprising that it costs so much damage. But since the lateral space is up to 7-8 meters, the most critical columns in the center hall creates an additional load of 3 to 4 tons. And of course, these very tall columns, of course, creates additional load, and it twists the building, and this is what you end up at the end, right where we expected in the hall 2, the middle hall. The whole roof ended up collapsing. We have so many of these examples, unfortunately. I'm not going to show all of them. We will be attending a conference tomorrow at Istanbul Technical University, where I'll be presenting this presentation in full form. But I think these are examples that we need to revisit. Same steel, it acts like a steel construction column, and it's leaned about 1 meter to the side. This is completely in line with the code, by the way, particularly for concrete buildings. Of course, the safety and security of the building will be completely a function of the details of the project. We have seen many examples of this, unfortunately, in this recent earthquake. Are there any good examples? Of course there are. You see here, when you see for this one, this was in line with the building code as well, and the performance lived up to the standard after the earthquake. So even at the worst ground quality levels, it can still withstand the impact. Conclusion and remarks. Recent loss estimation studies have shown that the severe property damages caused by non-structural elements, in addition to structural damages, fires following earthquake, power outages, data losses, and business interruptions, had important roles in earthquake safety. And in terms of the modeling, we need to consider the non-structural elements as well. I think the onus is on the insurance industry to do that. We should also consider the earthquake performance assessments, including the structural and non-structural analyses. In the Big Marmara earthquake, I think one of the most important issues will be the decision-making as to whether the buildings can be usable or not usable, because there will be some buildings with damage to a certain extent, but of course somebody needs to decide whether they can still be used. For example, I am in charge of the Allianz Tower, which is a 40-story building, which houses 5,000 people as a workplace. Therefore, I can't personally fathom making that decision on behalf of the 5,000 people working there. There needs to be a building health monitoring system, which is an automated system that measures, assesses, and monitors how the building acts or would act in such a scenario. I think my time is up. This is also an example of the earthquake performance analysis for Allianz Tower. Possible ways that the building could be acting in. And these measurement tools are vital. And of course, last but not the least, increasing public risk awareness. This was from Gökçeada earthquake. Look at these guys, they're having their tea, and even while leaving the building, they take their teas with them, you know? Never without my cup of tea kind of a situation. And then they move across the street. Another guy jumping out of the window during an earthquake. Okay, this is never to be done. And of course, Allianz Technique is aware of all of these, and we try to increase awareness to educate our children in cooperation with TEGEV. We have commissioned a song to make it stick within the young minds. So we will continue working in this area. Thank you very much.
So having the awareness and consciousness in the general public is how we started, and this is how Ceyhun ended. So without denying this reality, but by teaching and training, we can have it. We have only 9 minutes left. Maybe we can take 2 questions about the middle term plan. Maybe when you look at the slides for 2024 and 2023, the budget deficit is very, very high. We will see it ourselves. Most of it, 750 billion. 2024 and 2025 is 1 trillion. It's $100 billion impact will be covered by the budget. Thank God we have that budget, but not for Istanbul. That was pretty clearly explained yesterday by our deputy minister as well. So these industrial losses tells us why we need to have profit loss scenarios and insurances. That $100 billion worth of loss is maybe from us, but that is also due to the economy being halted. The continuity is suspended. So with reference to that, I want to turn to the audience, and Mr. Akif, the podium is yours, the mic is yours. Thank you so much. First of all, Mr. Taylan, I won't ask a question. Let us not get confused. So since I know that psychology, I have sat on your chair too many times. I know what kind of psychology that brings, but what matters here is the private part of insurance. And also, I would like to ask for an appointment from Mr. Sezai Köse. You have made a very important detection. The dusk was very limited when it wasn't obligatory. Our building stock is 23 million. 50% dusk ratio tells us that there are 20 million dusk policies, and 20% of this is renewals, and 30% of those are because of bank credits. Since they get mortgage loans, they are obliged. So we subtract this. The rest is 26%. So we can say only 1 in 4 citizens are renewing it on their own will. So since the total number of dusk is half of total building stock, so only 12% of all homeowners have dusk policies. Let's first realize this, and I empathize with you, and I want to support you. It is 3,000 Turkish lira per square meters. And you know how much it costs to build a place per square meters. So if we can't increase, if we increase that, we're afraid that the renewals will decrease. So this is the environment we are in right now. The urban transformation or major risk is not the finance aspect, but the major risk is that we forget this disaster. When we had the 99 earthquake, Hürriyet newspaper had it on the front page. It said 1923 Erzincan earthquake, the parliament minutes, and then Izmir earthquake. The parliament minutes, they were the same sentences. Every earthquake just makes us whine and moan, but we quickly forget. And we shouldn't forget it. So thank you so much for this organization, to Insurance Association of Türkiye. I will ask for an appointment. I won't be giving you a sermon. The first one is the legislation. The ownership right needs to be redefined because of this earthquake risk. In Gözcübaba, just one house was left outside of the scheme, and the court cases lasted for years and years. Communication, insurance are important. My family had the earthquake in Malatya. The house was a total loss, and we relocated them to Istanbul. They're fine. They live in a 15-story building. There are 60 houses. And now they want to build a 5-story building and 20 buildings. And the place that TÜRKİYE shows them is on the mountains. And my mom doesn't want to go there. She says, how am I going to live on the mountains? It's 10 minutes to downtown, but my mom refuses. She said, we used to live in the downtown. There is no way a family will want to live in a container in 2 years. So let's not criticize the government without knowing what the reality is on the field. As the insurance sector, we're ready to play the role that we have to. And we are in constant contact since Mr. Uğur started. And this calls for support of the public sector. There are great models. We can have something like a PPP. We need to have a paradigm shift. Let's make it obligatory. Otherwise, we will have the same earthquakes with the same ministry or parliament announcements with the same exact wording, and nothing is going to change. So we need to change. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You also said what I couldn't say here. It is not as easy as let's take it, let's demolish it, let's rebuild it. It's not that easy. I told you that we were threatened by people telling us that they would kill us. So as the public sector, in the projects we do, in Eyüp, for example, the ground is problematic, the building stock is problematic. We couldn't evacuate them. 2 buildings, we are the ministry as the executor of the project, but we look at it from the legal side. We talk with the Ministry of Justice, but it ends up in the ownership right. And we say that the right to live is before right to own. So if there is no life, there's no ownership. Money is the second aspect. The first aspect is perception, the citizens. You have given an example from your own family, and my own family. We Paid a Half is a campaign in Istanbul. Maybe it is the biggest campaign related to earthquakes. We cover, as government, we cover the cost in half. And why is there not enough applications? Because let's say they have a 10-story building. When they demolish it, it is 6 or 7 floors, 7 stories. We cover for half of the building costs. But there are 1 million individual units, houses in Istanbul.
Binayı kontrol etsin, yüksek katlı binalardan başvurular var.
There are applications for making their buildings up to code. 900,000 buildings applied.
Sonra baktığınız zaman bu oran
When we look at the building stock, houses built without any engineering is very high. So we are a society, we don't pay their bills, the taxes, the utility bills, so we have to face this as a reality. DUSK in 2012 was made obligatory for being a subscriber to utility services. It would never be that high. So we need to assess this with government, with the NGOs, and it's our job as the government, as the state. Our doors are always open. I think that we need to evolve the public sector towards that direction. There's no example in the entire world building free buildings and giving it to people. Of course, we need to subsidize, we need to encourage, we need to support. But at the end of it all, we have 200,000 individual units, a project that we run. Is this 200,000 enough? No, it's not. But we need to have certification, leasing, insuring, whatever it takes. We need to come up with new models, and we need to have a draft law for urban transformation. With your support, with the government officers, I hope we can achieve this. But I think in TVs and such, 10 years ago when we had the arbitration, when we had with the social housing contracts or negotiations, I have put a TV and I recorded them and I showed it to them, the earthquake videos, when we were going for settlements. Thank you so much. Now we are way past. We're talking since 9. It's 2.5 hours. Actually, if we had the time, we could talk until midnight. I know, I apologize. We need to manage the time. We shall continue. It's not the end. It shouldn't end. We need to all own this. Thank you so much. We will give you more opportunities to speak. Thank you so much.
Efendim çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thanks so much to Mr. Türkölmez and all our speakers. We will have one more plaque presentation ceremony. The plaques, let's not leave the stage, please. Yes. We shall present the plaques to Mr. Sezai. Mr. Ufuk Yazgan. We have one more plaque, Mr. Taylan and Mr. Yavuz. Thank you so much to Mr. Taylan for his moderation. We will have a summit family photo now. Thanks to all our panelists and our moderator. Everybody's already gone out for the coffee break, so no need.
ama bir kısmını yaptırdım. Bir kısmını yaptırdığım sigortaların hepsini aldım yani. Yani hepimiz bunu düşünemedik depremi. Sigortadan kaçtık, yaptırmadık. Ama bundan sonra inşallah herkes yaptırır. Yani her zaman önlem almak daha iyidir yani. Ya güvencedir, sigorta güvencedir yani. İyi ki de yaptırmışım. Herkese de tavsiye ederim yani.
Elbette. Bundan sonra kesinlikle sigorta yaptırmak lazım. DASK'ımızı yaptırmamız gerekiyor. Arabamız zaten hayatım boyunca arabamın her zaman kaskoluydu benim. Yani 10 yıllık arabam ilk günden aldığımdan beri kaskoludur. Yani mutlaka sigorta şart.
İyi ki sigortalatmışım dediğiniz şey nedir?
Hiçbir şey sigortalatmadım. Sıkıntı orada.
Pişman mısın abla?
Tabii ki de. Tabii ki de herkes sigortalasın ve aldığı gibi. Hani eksik şey olarak mesela atıyorum bir ev alıyorum 10 milyona, 5 milyona, 2 milyona, 1 milyona. Bence tamamen sigortalansın.
Vallahi hayat sigortasıdır herhalde, olmadı o da. Hayat sigortası olsa iyi olurdu. Vallahi şimdilik evimiz yok daha, biliyorsun işte Antakya gitti. İnşallah olursa sigortalar tabii ki. Mutlaka sigorta her zaman için önemli. İnsanlar mutlaka her şeyi sigortalasın. Sigortalamadan bir şey yapmasınlar. Araba, ev, ne varsa. Hemen yapsınlar. Hayat sigortası, ev sigortası, bunlar ertelenmeye gelmez. Yaşadık, hepsini yaşadık. Çok insanlar pişman oldu sigorta yapmadıkları için.
Gelecekte bizi ne beklediğini bilemediğimiz için kendimizi garantiye almak istiyoruz. Tabii sigorta gerçekten önemli.
Mesela ben torunumu sigorta yaptırdım, hayat sigortası. Biz gidiyoruz, torunlarımız geliyor. Bunlara
Hakan senden
bir gelecek
atraksiyon
bırakmak
bekliyor.
adına böyle bir hayat sigortası yaptırdım. Ben daha önce ben kendi çocuğumu yaptırmıştım hayat sigortası. Bazı olanaklarım kısıtlandığı için geri iptal ettirdim. Şu an pişmanım ona. Hayat sigortası her zaman için iyidir. Yaptırana ne mutlu.
Yani keşke yaptırsaydık. Yaptırsaydık şimdi paramızı alırdık. Yani az çok alabilirdik bir şeyler. Hiç olmazsa yaramıza yani merhem olurdu. Biz yanlış yapmıştık şimdiye kadar hep. Yani keşke yaptırsaydık.
Bir saniye sonra yaşayacağımızın garantisi yok. Ve bundan sonra şu cüzdanım dahi olsa cüzdanımı sigortalatacağım. Telefonum dahi olsa telefonumu sigortalatacağım. Neyim var neyim yok abi, ayakkabımı dahi sigortalatacağım. Çünkü çok büyük bir ders aldık bundan.
Sarı mikrofon. Türkiye'nin en çok konuşulan mikrofonu.
Özgür nerede ya? Özgür nerede? Giriyorum.
Evet efendim.
Yes. The second day and last panel of the International Insurance Summit, which will conclude our summit. Because of the previous sessions, we don't need a recap because everybody spoke everything openly. And in this panel, we will talk about the Kahramanmaraş earthquake and the lessons learned. There are very esteemed participants, but we also have a very valuable speaker, Dr. Hakan Güldal, a journalist. It's, I think, at least been 25 years. What do you mean 25 years? Even more. You can go back. Didn't you come at 89? So, all the way from 89 to this day. Aksa Turkey CEO, Mr. Yavuz Ölken. Garanti BB ve VA Private Pension General Manager, Mr. Mehmet Tutan, CEO of Anadolu Sigorta, VO General Manager, Mr. Uğur Çağlar, Hakan, I'm entrusting these people to you. Thank you so much to esteemed Noyan. I was unable to join, unfortunately. Selçuk Altın followed it on behalf of Economy newspaper, but I greet you all with love and respect. The 12th Insurance Week is being celebrated. This second International Insurance Summit has been very fruitful. Just like Noyan said, this is our closing panel, but even though it's the closing panel, it will be one of the important ones. I really care about this because very prominent names of the Turkish insurance sector are with us today. Their assessment evaluation of Kahramanmaraş earthquake was very important, and it will be a critical point in the history of insurance in Turkey. Maybe our time will not be enough, but we were talking with Aysun. We have a bit of time to have an interactive session, including the floor. And I hope this will be a successful and fruitful panel for the Insurance Week and the Insurance Summit and this panel. Actually, we had 500 major companies. Erdal Bahçıvan, our chairman, he was asking why we are this delayed in the earthquakes based in Kahramanmaraş. The 500 top companies are shared with us in June. The numbers of 2022 show us that new companies are now included in the top 500 company list. And the chairman shared this with us at the start. Economy had a major slap with this Kahramanmaraş earthquake. I have visited them right after the earthquake and many times more, and we had discussions, lots of pain, lots of losses. The city was almost all evacuated. It's been left, and the insurance sector was at the top of the list in discussion topics. This caused, of course, a lot of anxiety. There were criticisms. Of course, there will be criticisms. I was in Türkiye 3 weeks ago. It was one of the most impacted regions. It has 2 organized industrial zones, and it showed us that they were more thankful to the insurance sector. Now let us start with Mr. Yavuz. First, I want to ask you, in the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, as insurance sector, what was your challenge? Did you overcome it? Was it an achievement? But before I give the mic to you, I'm sure many people in this room know you, but as my job as a moderator, I would like to mention your CVs. Mr. Yavuz Erkan is the CEO of AXA Türkiye, and he is also a member of the non-life committee of Insurers Association of Turkey. He graduated from the engineering faculty of Istanbul Technical University, and he worked as a deputy general manager in AXA Türkiye, and he switched to many different departments on a very diverse spectrum, in charge of many branches, and as of 1st of April 2018, he's been appointed as the CEO of AXA Türkiye. So if I may, I'd like to give the word to you about the insurance industry, about the Kahramanmaraş earthquake, and let's be short and focused. Let's not have long discussions. So let's try to answer as many questions as we possibly can.
Türk sigorta sektöründe ne ifade ediyor? Az evvel saydınız, benim 33 yıl oldu.
The Maraş earthquake, what does it mean for the Turkish insurance industry? Well, I personally have witnessed 5 earthquakes, including the 1999 earthquake. Of course, we've been talking about Maraş earthquake in many panels with professors, with sector professionals, and everybody says that it was an exceptional earthquake in the sense that there were 2 back-to-back high magnitude earthquakes, which is considered to be a mega disaster in global terms. And this mega disaster, of course, forces us all to sit down together, which we are doing, and this is, of course, what we should be doing, because we sell confidence, we sell trust, we sell policy. And following, if we are in a position to sit down and assess the situation in the aftermath of the earthquake, I think that is an indication of the fact that we are all living up to our responsibilities. Of course, we've been putting in efforts to ensure continuation of services through our brokers and agents on the ground in the region. We're also trying to live up to our responsibilities, corporate social responsibility or otherwise. Like in every other natural disaster, there are many lessons to be learned. Can you tell us the most important in your opinion? I was on the ground in Hatay on the 4th day of the earthquake, and I was really feeling down. Of course, I'm an engineer, insurer, and I've been to many disaster zones, and I was really down on this 4th day. And there was this old man, a member of the family I was visiting, and he said, like, you have to stay alive to keep people alive. And that was a big point of learning for me. And I think the industry really did come together, pulled its forces together so that we could continue serving people. And we coordinated well, and we realized that we need to stay alive to keep people alive. Another learned lesson is, well, for example, I am a person who focuses on what needs to be avoided, what needs not to be done. What do I need to stay away? And I think this earthquake reconfirmed this attitude. Do you know Bostanbaşı? Bostanbaşı, does anybody know what Bostanbaşı means? Bostanbaşı is where the Bostan begins. Bostan is where you grow watermelons and melons. In Malatya, Yeşilyurt, it is a neighborhood. It's called the Bostanbaşı. It is the largest neighborhood of its province. Bostanbaşı is basically an agricultural land where you grow melons, but right now it's the largest neighborhood of the city. And I think this is a lesson in and out of itself. Do we need to build on this land? Do we need to do a land analysis in a place like this? I am an engineer. I'm a civil engineer, and even the name tells you not to build on it. So I think this was another lesson, yet again, showing us what not to do. We're talking about the industry. We're talking about industrialists in Maraş. We are going to participate in Adana Chamber of Commerce's meeting tomorrow. And Maraş, the majority of the facilities, of course, were insured. And they did suffer from profit loss, but still they were insured to some extent, to a large extent. But of course, we also need to ask various other questions to these industrialists. We need to ask whether they have any prevention plans for fires. Do they have any business continuity plans? They all use the same machinery. They all use the same imported German-made, Italian-made machinery and equipment. The parts, they all use the same parts, or maintenance. They all share the same maintenance needs, but could they have gathered forces to ensure they have a pool of spare parts? In case something goes wrong, they could all make use of that pool of resources? Or could we have joined forces to ensure that we have a pool of qualified personnel to take care of these maintenance needs in case something goes wrong in a situation like Maraş earthquake? I think these are all lessons that these earthquakes, these disasters force us to learn. We're talking about earthquake-resistant buildings, but of course we keep repeating the same mistakes. For example, those solar panels on top of the ceilings in the industrial facilities. Did we get any analysis done? No. So all of these are indications that we need to look at this in a holistic manner, end to end, 360. We're not going to focus on one single part of the project. We're going to take it as an overall reality. And of course, this was a deadly earthquake, but there are so many lessons to be learned, and we should definitely learn our lessons so that we can move forward in a more logical way. But one, I think, good part of our learnings has been the fact that we now know we can come together as an industry to join our forces when the need be. I'm sure other panelists will also talk about this as well, but it reminded me of the following. Of course, this is too much of a burden for one single industry to take. Naci Görer also talked about this. It's just like something that we haven't seen before. When I was in Kahramanmaraş, pretty much everything was down to rubbles, but there was this one piece of equipment that was still intact, so I asked what it is. And they said, you know, all the machinery that went sideways was German-made. A little bit shaken ones were Japanese-made, but they could still be fixed up pretty quickly and put back into action. And there was one piece of machinery which was completely intact, and they said it's Turkish built. And I was really surprised. And in Karacatuz Textile they have an R&D center. And the center is managed by a very qualified young graduate of Koç University. His name is Burak. And they have designed this piece of equipment together with the engineer of the facility, of the factory. He used to be the cleaner, the janitor of the facility, and then he was supported to go to university, became a very successful engineer. He worked on the wastewater management of the factory, which ensured that they have managed to reduce the wastewater content by 98% by way of this piece of machinery, and they already put it into work. And I said, how did you think about putting this so well built and stabilized it? And that's how they decided to immerse it into concrete by advice of Naci Görür. So if you have the minds for it, the guts for it, you can achieve good results. We can learn our lessons. Okay, I'll pass the floor to Burak Ali Göçer now from Garanti BBVA Pension. General Manager. Also, he is part of the TÜRKİYE Insurance Association, a graduate of Civil Engineering Department from the Middle East Technical University. So if you're not, unless you are a graduate of civil engineering, I guess you can't be in a managing position in the industry. Is that right?
Yok, sonra bir siyasallık falan geliyor. Sen 889 mezunlar olarak bizlerin çok ekonomide sıkıntı yaşanan dönemlerde
I think the alumni of the class of 88, 89 really came onto the market in a difficult time, so we all found insurance as a refuge because there weren't many jobs available. You started working at Interbank in 98, you moved to Garanti Bank in digital banking in 99. In 2000 you were the division head for branch-free banking. You worked in the mortgage credit department at the setup of the Garanti Mortgage. And you became a vice general manager, and then as of 2017 you are serving as the general manager at Garanti BBVA Emeklilik. Okay, with your perspective, with your experience, how would you like to elaborate the impact of the Kahramanmaraş earthquake on Turkish insurance industry, and what are the lessons learned in your opinion? Is the microphone working for the speaker? Of course, unfortunately, our country is an earthquake country. And we do life insurance. So our perspective is life insurance. It's about our lives. Our observation, of course, once and again, is the fact that we have low penetration rates, similar to the other insurance types. We start talking about it during earthquakes. It goes up for a while, and then it goes down again as we start forgetting the effects. Does it really work like that? I worked in banking for a long time, and I've never really seen a customer coming into a branch and saying, I want to buy life insurance. It's not something the industry really markets either. It's relatively cheap compared to the premiums paid. The coverage is actually quite large. So compared to the benefits offered, I think it's a very affordable product. You do Costco for your car, but you don't buy life insurance for yourself. But in response to your question, I think there are two triggers. The first one was COVID. When COVID did strike, when we are confronted with the realities of a probable death, then of course we start thinking about life insurance as an option. In 2002, our premiums went up by 70%. Sorry, in 2022. And in 2023, we have doubled that. This is not the inflationary effect, by the way. But majority of this revenue comes from the lines of credit's mandatory life insurances. Is this something peculiar to guarantee pension, or is it overall in the sector? Yes, I think it's overall in the sector. I think in the previous years, 80% of the life insurances sold came through to lines of credit. That really works in our favor. It's not mandatory. We don't want it to be mandatory, but when people go to the bank to borrow money, they also prefer to buy life insurance in case something goes wrong, and they don't want to put a burden on the shoulders of their loved ones having to worry about repayments of these credits. And when, in most instances, when a person passes away, when a borrower passes away, the beneficiaries don't know that they actually have a life insurance, that they had bought a life insurance. It's only when the bank comes back and says, well, this person had a life insurance on their line of credit, and we're closing down the whole credit and have this payment for you, this compensation for you, that's when they get to learn. So it's usually a surprise. This year, credits were limited to 70,000, so our premium production went below the rate of inflation. But specifically for Maraş, I can say that we have paid out 1 billion Turkish lira to roughly 10,000 people. I wish it was more. Of course, people refrain from buying these policies because they view it as additional cost on top of the credit they need to repay. But of course, in times like this, it's like a lifeline for many people because they don't have to worry about repayments or other problems that might come along with such disasters. Of course, life insurance policies for these lines of credit only pertain to the repayment of the line itself. It's not a huge amount of money. If you want to keep your standard of living, then of course one needs to aim for higher premium and higher coverage. As a very short wrap-up, I would say that we need to increase the life insurance penetration. At the moment, it still remains quite low. If there's anything to be done on our part, of course, we are keen to take it as well. And I think we need to expand this more to the base. So the question is then how to increase the penetration, but let's go back to this at the end of the second round. For life insurance, I'm not quite sure how it was in Kahramanmaraş, but I know that Maraş, on the industrial side, on the production side, they have a very robust young generation. They take ownership of their city. They support their city, and they have been putting in their efforts to make sure that things are going back to normal. And they are actually criticizing people who see insurance policies as an unnecessary financial burden. They are aware of the benefits of such policies. So this young generation is very logical. They make a lot of sense out of these realities. I hear them being critical of their old generation for having neglected buying these insurance policies. I witnessed their determination on this. I would just want to add one point here. Also, the unemployment insurance, of course, is another dimension in this. I think we need to consider that as well. I think we have the latest figures. The latest figures suggest, as of August, that Kahramanmaraş was the #1 on the list in terms of losing employment, 36%. And it's followed by Hatay and Adıyaman. Okay, now it's Mehmet Zekai Mehmet Tutan, CEO of Anadolu Sigorta. He's also a committee member for non-life at the TÜRKİYE Insurance Association. He's a member of the Ankara University. He started his professional life at Türkiye İş Bankası in 2001. He worked at various different positions within İş Bankası. In 2021-2022, he was in charge of personal banking, and as of January 2023, he started as the CEO at Anadolu Sigorta. So this was like 10 days before the earthquake? Yeah, 10 days. That must have been quite a shock. You found it on your lap, basically. You are originally from Iskenderun, is that correct? Yes, my sister lives in Antakya. My parents live in Iskenderun. They were there when the earthquake happened, so it was quite a difficult period of my life. 2 weeks after I assumed my position. I'm sure for many people, even in the hall, they have had similar experiences with loved ones being in the earthquake region, but they also having to resume their duties. Yeah, my family is all okay now. But of course, those were some tough times. I'm sure for many people, they had loved ones, they lost loved ones, relatives and family members. And this mega disaster, of course, is detrimental to the well-being of all companies We have our emergency teams, emergency response teams and all that, of course. We've been working on drills, stress scenarios and all that, but this is the first time ever that we had to respond to such a big disaster in real time and in real life, and we had to revisit, of course, those emergency response plans and scenarios as well. I think the industry did a marvelous job. This is also about us looking back and say, you know, what we did well, what was lacking, what we need to do better next time, if there is a next time. Because you have your employees, you have your retired personnel, you also have your the families of your staff members and your own family, of course. So there are different groups that you need to consider, and on top of which you have your customers, your client base. So there are three things you need to consider. The first one is the humanitarian dimension. The second one is the need to provide continued service, so business continuity. What do you mean by that? So uninterrupted services, basically. Even in a disaster like this, at this magnitude, you need to ensure that you need to be up and running fully, able to put in real life everything that was on paper, to ensure that the business continues on an uninterrupted basis. Mr. Yavuz talked about this. He made a very good point. Our clients' business continuity plan, you know, they need to consider that as well, but it's important for us as well. For each and every company, I think, within their own organizational realities, they need to consider how applicable those plans are. So maybe within the roof of TÜRKİYE Insurance Association, we need to consider these on a more holistic basis as well. The third dimension, of course, is the financial continuity or sustainability. I think for the industry overall, there was a very high sense of responsibility. For a very long time, we moved all of our staff from the earthquake zone and moved them to Mersin. We provided support mechanisms for our staff. Also, I guess it's critical to have qualified personnel. And of course, one of the critical factors here is the fact that we managed to respond to it so quickly because we were in Istanbul attending to these problems in the disaster zone, but we were still physically remote from it. We were still up and running. If there is an earthquake or a disaster in Istanbul where we all reside and work, we also need to consider how we can do that. But we have started our preparation work quite early. We have backed up our data center in Ankara. We have a backup data center. So on the IT side, we are much more prepared. The second part is, of course, the claim processing and compensation management. You need to act really quickly on it. And we have paid out all these compensations without being compensated ourselves from the reinsurance companies. You need to send your expert teams, make sure they're on the ground very quickly. So all these different parts and components need to work quickly enough.
Okay, so we need to have qualified labor force over there. We have also qualified volunteer friends who want to also do this. 150, 200 people from other departments for fulfilling these functions, these positions. We started a twinning in terms of human resources, and also we have emergency action plans, the assistance services, and rescue operations and everything else. So these emergency response plans can maybe be united under the leadership of the Insurers Association of Turkey. We have major labor and efforts and everybody tried to solve these issues within their own organizations. But what will we do in case of a Marmara earthquake? The cooperation aspect becomes more important. Yes, but also the financial sustainability needs to be also discussed. Yeah, I thought we would speak of that separately. I wanted to contribute so that we can remember it. We talk about sustainability. Maybe it might sound complicated in terms of sustainability in a concept, but family unions, it is something we observed. The families left the area for family unions. So what did the industrialists do? We have to talk to reality. The people who knew that there was going to be an earthquake in Maraş, when they built their factory, why in the organized industrial zone there are no dorms or accommodation locations for 500 people. First, this is a behavioral fact. We will all want to get together with our families. So this must be a topic that needs to be taken into consideration. Yes, this is a very important topic for production, for manufacturing, for making those places livable again. There is no other option other than taking into consideration the concept of family unions, reunions. We need to be more organized. The Chamber of Industry also needs to think about these issues. Maybe each individual industrialist won't think about this, but their associations need to think about these as well. Okay, Uğur, now I want to ask this to you. Mr. Uğur Çağlar, he is the General Manager of Turkcell Digital Limited. He has an executive MBA from Koç University, and he graduated from Middle East Technical University. He's worked in various posts. In 2011, he started working for BNP Paribas Cardiff, and then in 2019, he switched to NetLife in charge of corporate sales. That's a C-level executive position. And since August 2022, he is the general manager of Turkcell Digital Insurance. You started working in August 2022, but Turkcell Digital Insurance has just started working this summer. Can you give us a bit of a background? We know Anadolu Sigorta, Garanti, and Aksa, but maybe you might want to share a couple of notes about Turkcell Digital Insurance. Thank you for the opportunity. It's actually a major honor for me to share the same panel with the great personalities of our industry. It's not a new company, actually. We were already doing brokerage for the last 7-8 years. We wanted to bring it all together with an insurance company. I joined in the middle of 2022, and the earthquake happened when we were in the licensing and executing the operations. I want to inform you about digital insurance. We started to function with the logo and the name of VIO. We have all sorts of mobile life insurance branches. Actually, in short, this brokerage activities of Turkcell has been brought together as an individual insurance company. So let's talk a bit about the earthquake. Could you also have this approach, like a projection towards future? Mr. Tutan talked about this already a bit, but just like our Professor Naci Görür explained it, he told it boldly and clearly. This is what being a scientist is all about. You gotta tell, you gotta talk of the realities. If we escape the realities, it doesn't protect us for the future. So we need to, it also prevents us from taking measures. It's not something we can look positively or negatively. We need to look at it from a technical point of view. So if we can look at what's going to happen in the future, if we can project it to the future, that was also the understanding. We need to increase the rate of insurance. Are we about 2%? In the earthquake insurance, just like our chairman mentioned, it's about 58%. 58%. It's in the compulsory. It's in the compulsory earthquake insurance. They talked about other countries like Italy and the US elsewhere. Actually, there's a global challenge in disaster insurance field. This challenge can be dealt with, and we can come up with a solution, I believe. As VIO, Turkcell Digital Insurance, we're more than ready to do whatever we possibly can. There's a protection gap, and the more we can decrease this, it will be more beneficial for the public. We're talking about the reinsurance capacity, the cost. Once we enlarge the pool, it will be a provision towards the future, and we optimize the costs for the future as well. So the main important thing, I think we all have a common understanding about it. We need to increase the insurance, and we have some opportunities thanks to digitalization, and we need to put all of these on the table, and we need to find ways to increase the rate of insurance. So let's start with Yavuz again. The presidency had a report about the damage being $104 billion. So TEPAV also has a research, and they talk about $150 billion worth of damages. But as far as I know, the Turkish insurance industry's damage rate is about $100 billion. $100 billion. The same about, it's about, sorry, correction, $5 billion, 100 billion Turkish lira. So does it mean it's 5% of the total amount? So if it is 40% in Europe and the West, and if it is 5% in Turkey, that penetration problem is actually a big challenge. How are we going to overcome this? Let's remember, 105 billion dollars is the damage announced. 5 billion is the insured amount, and most of it, the 90% of it, is reinsured abroad. What is the global average? 40-50% is too optimistic. If there was $100 billion worth of flood in the West, 40% of this will be covered by the insurance industry. That's open to debate because the public loss is also high. 20% in the most developed countries may go up to 30-35, but the average is 20. We're at 5%. So even to reach the lowest level of 20%, we need to go 4 times the amount that we have now. So how are we going to do this? Let me give an example from myself. We discussed a lot of topics, but the awareness, this is Yavuz's opinion. This first needs to be dealt with education. Insurance is a topic that can't make it to the curriculum, not in grade school, not in middle school, not in high school, not in university, not in engineering. We never had insurance in any of our classes. Only after 7 years after I graduated, I first heard about the building insurance, even though I graduated from construction engineering. So insurance is only taught in banking and finance curriculum. We have a cultural default. We have nothing will happen. Let God protect us. Let's pray for it. We have to give these up. We couldn't protect 50,000 people. We couldn't save $100 billion. So this is important that we have an open platform here to discuss these issues. And also it's related to economic issues and purchasing power. We don't save our lives, but we save our cars. I work in the insurance industry for 33 years. We care more about our cars, but less about our health or our lives. What I see is that, as we know from our past, when we say obligatory insurance, it freaks us out. But I am the Turkish representative of a foreign company. In France, the rate is high. Why? Because it started with obligatory insurance, but they're followed up. It creates the systemic integration. When I talked about Bostanbaşı, when you start a construction without security, without safety, they wouldn't even give a residence permit. So we have to start with that sort of issues. The insurance system is the supervisor and the watching over. And also, when we talk about not enough measures are taken for fire, we are criticized. Why do I want them to have fire measures? It's not only about decreasing the money I'm going to pay back to them, but it's about saving their facilities, saving their economic activity, the continuity. But they criticize us when we note these issues. I'm a bit too excited maybe, but these are important topics. We are having a hard time integrating these issues to life. Tomorrow morning, non-life insurers talk about traffic insurance. It's 6,000, 5,000 lira worth of premiums. This is about lives. This is the most important topic. But in traffic insurance, when you look at the homicidal incidents, it's just a tiny fraction, and the insurance sector is a reliable, trustworthy, respectable sector. This is what we see it as, and we need to increase the awareness of the public. This awareness will increase in the public. We will work hand in hand for this, but also the sector within itself needs to cooperate. Wherever they find a technical profit opportunity, they shouldn't rush education. Let's not skip education. Education is important. Why don't we have it in the curriculum? We are a country of earthquakes, disasters, earthquakes being at the top. Also, we need to write more. The media needs to take the responsibility as well. Okay, Broccoli, let's continue. Yavuz talked about the life as well, but what is it like from your perspective? What can be done to increase the penetration? Is it new products or better owning the available products? First of all, Yavuz said the most two important ones. Everybody here talks about this last 2 days. In August every year, remembering the earthquake in every August and February won't cut it. Education is pivotal, and we have to underline this. We speak with the youth. There is a problem here. It's not that somebody needs to do this. Of course, the major responsibility is on the shoulders of insurance sector. It's only a couple of years that we have founded the SCDDK, so we have to accept certain things. While we discuss certain penetrations, Turkey is an earthquake country, so the penetrations should not be at the level of the Western world, but must be higher because we're very predisposed. In the last 2 years, did the sector achieve certain things? And we used to sell life insurance with the bank credits, but we need to be able to sell it with larger coverage. And it was 80% 2 years ago. Now it is. Now we sell different products with the premium reimbursement and such. So maybe it can be possible to increase the spectrum of products portfolio. The bankers are working also hard on their part. There are brokers and cross-marketing other products. The chairman mentioned yesterday, we need to go out, we need to be more active, we need to be able to better communicate, we need to be able to touch more people. Digital is precious, and these need to be explained. They don't just click and buy, but on digital, in banking, 70% of the bank credits are sold on the digital. So your existence on digital is very important to make it easier as a process. Our companies also need to do work in terms of the unemployment insurance. You also cover certain occupational accidents, and that's when it happens. But think of your top management, executive level. One of them is critical for you. If they die or if they can't work, your business will also be impacted, and you need to insure them too, just like your other valuable assets. If you have a very valuable employer dies, you help the family and you pay for their loss as well. But we can talk more about this. In Turkish industry, there are problems for qualified laborers and employees, so you need to give them better perks and opportunities so that you can hire them. The companies are an important distribution channel for us to start from the grassroots. So we need to tell and explain as much as we can. Yes, we have to increase the awareness. So Mehmet, what Yavuz said and Burak Ali said, in terms of the financial sustainability, as you mentioned, now in Kahramanmaraş, 104, let's say roughly $100 billion worth of loss, and $5 million is what has been reimbursed by insurance, and 90% of them was reinsured, Yavuz said. So God forbid, but we are very much confronted with a reality of Marmara earthquake. It's about time. So what's going to happen in such an event? If Maraş was $5 million, Marmara will multiply it many times. In 1999 earthquake, I have visited all the industrial companies like İpek Kağıt, Ford Otosan. I thought it would be difficult to restore, but they've done it pretty rapidly. But the earthquake risk is much higher now, and under the circumstances, do we have enough capacity to insure those regions? What needs to be done? What are the most urgent steps to be taken to create the financial sustainability? How do the reinsurance companies approach the topic from an outsider's perspective? What is their approach? They are a bit reserved and they're a bit cautious. Will they be able to support us enough? That's what I'm hearing, is they're a bit cautious. How is it? We have a report of Swiss Re from 2018. In a possible Istanbul earthquake, the insured loss will be around 20 to 27 billion euros. This was 5 years ago. Maybe there had been a slight increase in terms of the insured amount. Maybe it might be roughly 30 billion euros. We said the amount was $5 billion for Maraş, so it's about 5 to 6 times for Marmara. The total reinsurance capacity of the insurance is deducted with some data because it's not open to public, disclosed. It's not disclosed, but as of today, for 2023, the total treats plus the contingencies is about 15 to 20 million dollars, we assume. So there's a major coverage gap. Under these circumstances, Maraş deprem showed us that in the legislation there's a rule for minimum protection limit. You reflect it to your books for something that can happen every 100 years. Maraş showed us that we pay $5 billion. Okay, maybe 90%, 95% of this was is going to be reimbursed by the reinsurers, and we're going to pay it back in 4 to 7 years. And 20% is Anadolu Sigorta. As of today, we make up 20% of the paid losses. So we have seen that this was not enough. As per end of 2022, non-life's capital was 52 billion. We have 5 billion to pay for Maraş. And actually, Yavuz explained it very clearly. Education and awareness is at the start of everything. Let's accept this as the default, but it's a long-term activity. This is, I think, very important today. Even if there was a lineup for subscribing to insurance, the solvency, the capital adequacy rate, will it be enough to cover this up? Let's be honest. Because of underwriting risks, you can't do this technically. So we have to strengthen the capital adequacy. This is one of the major steps we have to take. We have to increase the solvency. This year, because of the financial revenues, we are still profitable. Maybe this can happen next year too. So we need to use this to increase our solvency. And in some companies, the regulating authority will make this a condition. We have an expected Marmara earthquake. We have a major loss, and the reinsurance protection capacity is already known. We wish that we had capacity for $20 billion. We have to think smartly. We don't have it today, but what Yavuz said is a short to mid-term. This also shows us that for our country, like we talked in the first session, this is a matter for our survival as a country. So this strengthening our capital needs to be resolved immediately so that we can be prepared for the expected Marmara earthquake. What do the reinsurers expect? There's a technical profit, but the financial revenues are not sustainable 1 year, next year, but what's going to happen? We need this capital adequacy. We need to first know this, and we have to refrain from irrational behaviors. Because otherwise it would cause problems for the national economy as well. For example, if reinsurers don't only negotiate about the price, it's also about capacity as well. We did this for years. For example, we provided additional benefits for fire and other things merely priced at earthquake premiums. Of course, being prepared for the future is also about enhancing reserves as well. This is about conservation. This isn't only about profitability. This isn't really good when you claim 95% of the cost from the reinsurers. This is not a good thing. Let's say we have a 10 billion gap and we get 4.4 billion, 4.6 billion from reinsurers. This isn't really ideal. You know, I'd much prefer to get the 5 billion from the reinsurers for the lower part and then close the gap on the 10 billion. Because if Marmara earthquake happens as feared, then we might have to go up to that 10 billion level. Because reinsurers are determined to allow us to use their resources for us to enhance our business. You know, why would they don't want to carry the risk? You'll have to be profitable technically. There's no other way.
And of course, the conservations, if they go up, will have access to better financing, much easier financing. So I think that's the way forward for us, because all the developed markets are going that way, and I think we're already on the way. So the last few minutes, Mr. Uğur, particularly, of course, with digitalization, we have seen a new array of opportunities. Overall awareness, of course, scientists will have more in-depth information, but overall awareness level, we were expecting this earthquake to happen in Istanbul. It happened in Kahramanmaraş. In Iskenderun, for example, it wasn't deemed to be a high-risk locality. In Konya, for example, we had 5 earthquakes of 4.8, 4.9 magnitude. So within our business, on the reassurance side as well, in terms of communication, relationships, updating the earthquake maps, what needs to be done? Is there a need for new modeling by way of digitalization? What would you say? Thank you very much for this question. When we talk about digital, of course, the reflex is think about online sales. Yes, of course, that's the area that we know, but also on the back end as well, in terms of the data itself and data management, automation. In order to speed all those processes up, we need to consider digitalization. I think the industry overall performed pretty well in the Maraş earthquake. And I think we will need to retain this reflex in the way up to, or in the lead up to the probable Istanbul or Marmara earthquake, so that we can speed up our claim management processes. I think this was a good learning opportunity despite the devastation, and I think it's definitely one lesson to remember. Also, we need to remember that the earthquake has passed. It's now a couple of months, but the needs are still ongoing. People are still living in container parks, on the street, out of their homes. Every time we go and visit, of course, they have these huge needs. And I think the insurance industry is in a position to come up with various products like parametric insurance, micro insurance. We are on the digital insurance side, and this is our realm. And I think these are products that we need to consider to support the ongoing situation on the ground in the earthquake region. We have examples in the West, we have examples in Turkey, but I think we need to make use of these best practices in a more creative way, so that we can use embedded insurance. And there is much more to be done in terms of embedded insurance in Turkey. And it will also be a response to the needs of the people on the ground as we speak. So this is about making the market bigger, making the process better to increase the opportunities. And of course, considering all the parts like using the technology, risk management, and all that. The earliest we can start doing these, of course, the best results we will get out of it when the time comes. Thank you very much. It's so pleasing to see that we have still a full house of people paying full attention. It's like an insurance industry meeting, you know. We have digital here as well. We're also streaming, you know. There are people watching outside remotely as well. There were 500 people tuned into the broadcast. So this is good, digital. So if there is any contribution, question from the floor, I'd like to open the floor to Q&A. Our speakers were extremely good in terms of putting their messages across, but still. Well, before you, Mr. Chairman, there's a lady behind you, so positive discrimination for... No, not a lady, a gentleman. Talip Sarıçan. I'm a licensed auditor. Of course, you have talked about the importance of emergency response planning. I now operate as an insurance agent. As part of your emergency response plans, what sort of connection do you have with respect to the agent network? Of course, we do operate as a big part of the whole process, the claim management process. Especially in Maraş, we had problems processing these claims. Do you have any plans for the agents as part of your emergency response plans? Also, the second part, I think we need to consider to support the Anatolian base a little bit more. This will alleviate the problem for Istanbul. For example, in terms of call center or other services, remote services, would you consider transferring these resources to outside of Istanbul to help Istanbul and also to support the economies locally? I have a contribution to make. Burak said we need to talk about life insurance. We also need to talk about private pensions and fund accumulation as well. Of course, insurance is a remedy for some problems, so it doesn't solve all problems fully. So when we talk about funding, this isn't only about sustaining or surviving. This is also we need to accumulate these funds for the post-disaster periods as well, for the aftermath of these disasters as well. Because we are a country of fault lines, and we will need these funds for sure. So I wanted to add on Burak's point about different types of insurance. Of course, being prepared is at the heart of it all. We basically live and reside and work on moving plates. We saw it all in detail on the screen. Geography is our fate, and it's the fate that we have. So we need to learn how to manage these risks and how to live with these risks in a safe and secure manner. And we need to plan it well enough one at a time. Is there? Mr. Sezai talked about this in the previous session, how we need to plan urbanization, development, industrialization, all of these points, how they need to be fit into the overall earthquake plans. All those points of governance are also needed to be on the table. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. It's been very beneficial. Thank you so much. In response to Mr. Hakan's question, of course, we all have our own ways of doing this within our specific companies. At AXA, for example, we are a decentralized structure. We have 9 regional offices, and we have micro-zoning so that we can ensure business continuity. And all of these regions, all of these localized centers are clusters of business continuity. Of course, different companies will have different ways of doing business, but I believe that overall the industry is striving to provide the best for all parts of the country. In response to the specific question about the agents, of course, we're working on a non-exclusive basis. And what we can do, we feel, in terms of our relationship with the agents, is that we provide training opportunities, education opportunities against cyber threats or other threats that are out there. But I think in a structure, the fact that they work on a non-exclusive basis, we can only be imposing so many things so much. In our business continuity plans for each and every region, we have certain number of agents. For example, 250 agents within Central Anatolia. That is our goal, to keep up and running in a disaster scenario. Out of the 500 that we have, to have at least 250 up and running. And of course, we use technology to make this possible, but the agents need to consider their own business continuity. And I think the companies, the insurance companies themselves, have only so much they can do to support the individual agent business continuity. Because we have already tried to strengthen our network by way of these micromanagement centers or hubs. Burak, Ali Bey, do you have anything else to say? Microphone for the speaker, please. Of course, we've invested a large amount of money into this. About 1 billion was invested into making these systems better. It's either by way of incentives or by compulsory purchases. There are only two ways. You can incentivize people to go this way, or you can make it compulsory so they don't have a choice. On the UKS side, we're already talking about compulsory. We're also talking about tax incentives. Mr. Mehmet, about business continuity, I think it's a good question. In Maraş, we saw that some of our agents have lost their own records, apart from those that we have backed up centrally, because they haven't opted for backup for their own individual records, because they all went under the rubble, so they were lost. This was also a chance for us to revise our own internal audit, of course. For our exclusive agents, we are already exercising our plans to ensure business continuity. On the Anadolu side, I've already mentioned our Ankara backup facility. We have 10 regional centers. We also have smaller administrative units locally. We're also working with Anatolian University, a university in Anatolia, to sort of decentralize. It's also an effort to support the university as well, those young people, for them to be placed within our institution. Also, in terms of this expansion, apart from Bursa and Istanbul, in all our 10 regions, we are aiming for local recruitment, keep them on the ground, and allow them to work remotely. The last two questions.
Merhaba, İlhan Eşimlik. Yavuz Bey'e bir sorum olacak. Bir de Mehmet Bey'e sorum olacak.
Mr. Yavuz, this question is for you. As a civil engineer, I want to ask this question to you.
Depremden sonra çok kısa sürede orada ciddi olarak bunun projeleri yapıldı. Bunun fizibilite çalışmaları, altyapıları.
We see all these construction projects taking place without any feasibilities or without any due diligence. These buildings were erected. And then we have the earthquakes. Of course, these buildings were insured because they had central government involvement. What was the effect? Mr. Mehmet, I have a question for you as well, please. We expect the financial costs to go up. Maybe the national reassurance, do you think, would be in a position to support the industry more from national resources? I am very much on the field. I talk to people a lot, and I think we haven't even managed to do like 20% of what needs to be done. Containers, tents, the winter is upon us. There is an imminent need to move these people to more stable housing. We still have like at least 2 years go to make things good. If you go to these places, you will see it on the ground. You know, where the container cities are now, that's why the cities should have been built in the first place. It's evident that when those decisions were being made, they were the wrong decisions. The old Maraş completely came down, went under the rubble, but the new Maraş stayed intact. So what you build, how you build it, where you build it, will be instrumental in terms of how robust these buildings are. In Maraş, for example, there are these two streets intersecting. That was one of the worst places of devastation. All of the buildings collapsed, apart from one single building. It was almost impossible for that building to still be up. It was built in 1970. Also, the same person, this contractor, built all the dams outside of Maraş, and this guy was really concerned about his reputation because he was a local person, he was a native of Maraş, and he wanted to construct these buildings in a way that would live after his name. We're talking about 1969, 1970, the years that people didn't think about earthquake, or the building codes, the zoning regulations weren't as much in place. So it was his intention and goodwill that really kept these buildings up. So it's not only about what legislation is in place, what codes do we have, it's also about the personal responsibility of the people on the ground. I think the industry is big enough not to be worrying about the additional income that might be generated from within the region in the aftermath of the earthquake. This is about supporting the region, even sometimes beyond our needs, because we just need to do it. These things need to be done. Mr. Utku was here yesterday and this morning, but he's not here in the room now. Well, since he's not in the room, I'm not going to talk about his company now, but I think the earthquake risk is like a knife on our heads. That's how I will conclude my words. My name is Adnan Çelik. I am chairman of the board of the Turkish Insurers Foundation. What is the marketing strategy of Turkcell Digital Insurance? Will you work with the existing network or establish your own? Good question. Thank you very much. Like I have said, we have been operating for the past 7-8 years within the Turkcell network and distributing products for life and non-life. So there's already an existing know-how and knowledge. And since we have attained a certain level of capacity, we have tried to establish a separate insurance company. Our distribution strategy is basically about overtaking these responsibilities that we had been distributing before. So we will continue with selling these products directly through our network. And our purpose here is to ensure that with the brand name Turkcell Sigorta or VIO, we can manage the sales processes, claim processes, compensation management much more efficiently in a way that appeals to the younger generation and can involve them in the process and accordingly allowing us to enhance our market share and of course increasing the market size itself. The products that we have been operating with are suitable for certain areas and not so much for the others, but if there are any projects that we can consider, we are up for it. We're willing to talk to interested parties about this. Turkcell is a publicly quoted company. As long as it's in line with the rules that we can operate with, we're open to any ideas or any possible potential new prospects. It's all about creating value for the customer and for the company. So if you have any time, I'm very happy to talk during the break. Okay, we are significantly over time. Are there any pressing questions that you have to ask? Otherwise, we'll close the panel. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we will keep you on stage, please. Deputy President of the Türkiye Insurance Association, could we please have you on stage? Esteemed Yavuz Örken, CEO of AXA Türkiye. Mr. Ahmet, the first placard goes to Mr. Yavuz Örken. Mr. Burak Ali Göçer. Sen git ya o zaman. Mr. Hakan, can we have you on stage? You should be here. Could we please have you back on stage? Please. And Hakan Güldağ. And the summit family photo. Okay, so you've said a lot. I have something to say as well. We have a token of appreciation for you as the MC of ceremony. If I could please have Mr. Uğur on stage. I was hoping to get one. Mr. Noyan, thank you so much. You've been here for 2 days now. It was a difficult task. You've done it wonderfully well. We hope to see you more in these organizations. Thank you very much. Okay, so this should be the end of it. Okay, so people are on their way out, but I would like to thank everyone who put in their efforts, everyone who made this event possible. Aysun, Melike, do we have the core team on stage? Aysun isn't here, or? Okay. Furkan, Aysun, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You put in a lot of effort. This is like a 5-6 month of work and effort. Thank you everyone. Okay, well done and goodbye. Thank you for being here. See you next time in the next International Summit.